Good morning, everybody. I'm Cameron Morley. Great to see you all, and I'm going to throw straight to Craig Madden for the Welcome to Country. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Cameron. Warami, Bujiriga Marua. G'day and welcome. My name is Craig Madden. I'd like to start by thanking the New South Wales State Library for inviting me here today to welcome you to country. I'm a proud Bunjalung Gadigal man from the Eora Nation, and Gadigal land is the land on which we are gathered here today. Jinyura Gadigal. This land is Gadigal. It is customary for our Aboriginal people, when we invite our guests or visitors onto our land or country, that we offer you safe passage as you pass through and sit on our lands. It's a custom that we've been doing for thousands of years. So as a proud Gadigal man and as a representative of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, I'd like to welcome you all to Gadigal land, Aboriginal land. I'd like to pay my respects to our elders, past and present, for they are the storytellers and they are the knowledge holders of our people. And I'd also like to acknowledge our ancestors, for they watch over us all as we walk upon these sacred lands. To our Aboriginal brothers and sisters, if we have any brothers and sisters from the Torres Strait Islands, welcome. To all our non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to Gadigal land. Our Gadigal clan is one of the 29 clans which make up the Eora Nation, and that's a nation that's bound by 3 distinct landmarks. So we've got the Hawkes River to the north, the Nepean River out to the west, and the Georges River down to the south. Within the boundaries of those mighty rivers lie our Eora Nation, and the land that we gather on here today, as I've mentioned, of our Gadigal mob, are one of the many clans of that nation. To our guests from across the seas, if anyone's travelled from across our great country, great states, or beautiful cities, or for those online coming to us from whatever nation that you're coming from, welcome. I hope you all enjoy today. On behalf of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council and its members and our Gadigal mob, when you travel this afternoon, folks, please travel safely. And once again, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
All right, and it's my great pleasure to invite our first speaker today, the State Librarian, Dr. Caroline Butler-Bowden, to have the initial address. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Cameron, and welcome. Welcome to the library, welcome to everyone in the auditorium, and welcome to hundreds of you online as well. Thank you to Craig Madden from the really great Madden family, and an extraordinary legacy and ongoing sort of celebration of the continuity of culture in New South Wales. So thank you. He has to race to his day job working in DCJ. So we're grateful that he could join us here this morning. So today's a really important day, and I'll go into that in a little bit of detail, but welcome to Foundations and Futures, building strong public libraries in New South Wales. It means a lot to see you all here today, and thank you for the time. It's a bit of a first for the library to bring together all of you in a whole day to, I think, acknowledge and celebrate all the extraordinary innovation in the library sector. I want to say thank you to Kay Delahunt, who of course is on our Library Council and represents local government on the Library Council and does fantastic work. I also want to start by thanking the Public Libraries team. I want to give them a clap. They've had a really big year, and it's just day in, day out doing really extraordinary work, and I'm really grateful for the work that Cameron and the whole team do. So I'm going to talk about three things, and I've got to move at pace. So, but obviously I'll share more at Switch later in the year, and we can share through all sorts of future conferences. So I'm going to talk, this is a living library for now, for the future for all of us. Of course, that's our vision. I'm going to talk about place, I'm going to talk about impact, and I'm going to talk about reach. So obviously we're in a new strategic plan, 2025 to 2030, and just that reminder of the purpose of the State Library. It is about essential services, it is about extraordinary collections, and it is about magical experiences. But it's also about how do we find our place in the world and a place for knowledge, for discovery, for debate, for gathering, and for joy. We're a very enduring institution, obviously marking 200 years against a backdrop of 65,000 years. And this year has been an opportunity really to, I think, bring into relief some of the work of libraries. So yes, 200. The anniversary was always about acknowledging the work of libraries, the work of this library, but also how do we celebrate the work of libraries across New South Wales. So some of the things that we really wanted to focus on was about the kind of behind the scenes. Key to 200 has been telling the story of the different expertise in the library, which of course is deep in our library and deep in all the libraries. I was just speaking to Caroline McLeod from Inner West before, in the last 10-15 minutes, and just hearing about that real depth of expertise in her LGA, and I know you have that across all your library systems. So of course I'm really grateful to many of you who helped us mark 200 through the Public Library Photographic Commission. I think what's important to this is that what I didn't want was stock photos of just anyone in this to mark why libraries matter to people. So actually telling the story of individuals and the impact that libraries and all of you have on them in their daily life was important. So, and those pictures have become part of the collection, and as you know, the story plus the pictures were on display outside the library and of course are being shared across social media and all sorts of things. But I'm going to start really by talking about place. I've worked in cultural institutions for 20 plus years, but then I took a kind of sideways step into central government and worked in the Department of Planning and then Transport. And I learned a lot about how do we reveal the value of public spaces and how their connection into neighbourhood and to communities. So I'm going to zoom out. I looked to a lot of people, obviously in Australia, but overseas in the work that we did. And one of the things that I learnt a lot was this concept, and I have mentioned it when I've spoken before, the power of 10 that was developed by Project for Public Spaces. And I think about libraries a lot because libraries are that place at the end there, and then it kind of layers up to destination and city and region. And us being able to share what are the 10 great things that you can do, the free things that you can do. Because of course, central to public space is that things are available to everyone and that they're free and there's no barrier to participation. So, and how libraries are key to community and key to neighbourhood through their invitation or their offer. And I'll end with that towards the end because of course this year is our chance to really have that membership campaign to tell people, more people, the incredible offer that libraries have day in, day out for people, whether through physical attendance, but of course through online. The other people I look to are Gel, who sort of started in Copenhagen, and Henriette Vanberg presented next door in Parliament House recently on public space. And they talk about life, space and buildings and what's that connection between these three areas. They've got very good, they share a lot through reports online and I encourage you to look at them. They talk about how new spaces and old spaces can connect in, and it's the life between the spaces and the life within buildings that actually bring them purpose. The other one that I really wanted to focus on is just, places are spaces that people have made meaningful. We know that libraries as public spaces provide social, cultural, environmental and social value and economic value, and I'll talk a little bit about that research that we have done. But these places are fundamentally about people. Yes, we have wonderful collections. Yes, we have a lot of inert things that are on offer, but the real power, of course, is in their use. And yes, architecture, urban design matter, but for the community, it's about how that place feels, how that place is programmed, and how that's expressed through attachment and love and use. People in the place world talk a lot about attachment, and I think libraries are absolutely vital to attachment. You know, that's why people come back again and again, because they feel connected and they feel it's a place that's welcoming and so forth. So, and a place where they can, connect with others. So, and that's what our research has spelled out. And of course, public space is not just about physical elements, but it's intrinsically linked with culture, meaning, memory, and experience. And that's where that deep engagement with community comes from. The other sorts of things that Henriette shares is that public space is changing. And, you know, this isn't all relevant to libraries necessarily, but people are looking for that in-person community connection. We know loneliness is significantly on the rise. People are looking for distinctive places for them to connect to. We know that culture has become that driver for vibrancies, neighbourhoods, rich neighbourhoods that are working well, as in rich, as in a lot on offer, are not monofunctional. So, and how our libraries, you know, the centrepiece, the cornerstone of our community. They talk a lot about roads. Perhaps that's less useful in this situation, but it is very much about your arrival at the library, that connection of library to transport nodes and other sorts of things. The hyperlocal, and I know Cam will mention that later, and of course people are looking for experience or moments and so forth. The other thing that, I'm not going to go into detail here, but I was really struck by their assessment of the kind of levels of quality criteria that go into the urban form, but I think that we can extrapolate that into libraries. One is protection, that thing of kind of safety is very important. Comfort, we all know comfort. We get a lot of letters about, you know, what people love most here is comfort. Somewhere to sit. They really value clean toilets. They really value places where they can just dwell, you know, no judgment, accessibility and the rest of it. And I think comfort is one of those things that is undervalued in our cities, and I think that's why people pour through our doors. Yesterday alone we had 5,300 people through the doors here, and the day before close to 5,000. So people are coming in ever-growing numbers here, and I know that's the case in many of your libraries, because they can come for half an hour, 3 hours, 7 hours, whatever it is, and its comfort is core to that. And enjoyment, of course. You know, do we talk about enjoyment enough in our lives? I don't think so. I think people are looking for something that uplifts them, somewhere, a place where they can be curious, which can bring joy in what is often quite a bleak world as well. So how can libraries play that role as anchors, sanctuaries, oasis, you know, all those terms that we've heard many, many times. But what does that look like in terms of the experiences there? And then I'm going to share a film now that we made really about the value of libraries.
My footsteps slow when I pass a library. I am pulled inwards to its endless stories.
Receiving your first library card is a rite of passage, a coming-of-age event that confers membership of a special community institution.
I can still recall the exact moment I first realised that writing a book was something one could actually do.
Now I recognise this place as where my life in letters began. It was an inner life outed.
I probably returned books to the library with sand between the pages and the odd fruit or grass stain or grease-blackened fingerprint. Oops.
I wanted to take the book home with me for all time so that I could be close to it. But a library is about leaving books behind for others to discover.
I'm struck by the fact that a community without a library is no community at all.
It's that mix of order and the wildly eclectic, surprising, personal, contradictory, willful, astounding stories that show me some small part of what libraries can do, what they have done for me.
So thank you to many of you who fed in to the Library That Made Me project. We've had hundreds of people sharing their story. So what we'll still continue to build is the personal stories about why libraries matter. But of course, what was important too is that we matched those personal stories with some data. We know that libraries are at the heart of our communities, but we really wanted to do a piece of research that examined that value and work with an independent group that could do that. Like, we can endlessly say that, but it's very useful often to bring in another group. So I'll just talk very quickly about that. So there's some of those personal stories about, you know, why libraries are for absolutely everybody, young and old, no matter what religion you are, gender, everyone's welcome and so forth. So that told that story. But what struck me when I started at the library is that the library had done research, I'm going to say about 10 years before I started, which was about examining that social and economic value. So what we knew, of course, is that library value was known, but we didn't have the data easily to hand and the relevant data within the last 5 years. So we know that libraries powerful, often quiet yet profound impact in everyday life. We know that the impact is economic and social and wellbeing related, but of course it doesn't have a market price, which is usually the way people can mark a value of something. So we just needed that plain evidence-based story that we could quantify, that could sit alongside all these individual stories about why it mattered. Of course, we know they're one of the few places, public spaces open to all and central to our democratic life. So what we did about it, we moved at pace, and I'm grateful to many of you who shared the survey and participated in the groups with Cameron and the team. SGS Economics did that work, obviously online surveys as well, and just the combination of different research methods to determine it, whether it was focus groups or cost-benefit analysis, interviews and so forth. And a challenge, of course, is how do you put a dollar value on free services without spooking people that you're going to start charging for things? And how do we layer the data with a community of voice in the same narrative? I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. It's online. Many of you, I know, are using it and telling me that. But we are here to talk more about how we can continue to use this data to share the story. We have the 5 insights and the several key metrics, quantitative and qualitative data, and the structure encourages readers to move quickly from what we heard to why it matters. So, I mean, no surprise to any of you, of course, New South Wales citizens love their libraries. 62% of participants said they'd access the State Library to find information they can't find elsewhere, and that's the complementarity, what we offer with what you all offer across the state, and that 90% of frequent library visitors said staff members contribute to feelings of safety and wellbeing. We heard that again and again, libraries are places of trust. I'm going to keep moving. Insight 2 was information you can trust. You know, people are coming to borrow books and materials, we know that. Libraries that really thrive are those with very strong collections, but it was also about improving knowledge and other sorts of things like free public space. The third one, contributing to wellbeing, community and connection. That was one thing we really wanted to test, that relationship with wellbeing, which we knew anecdotally, and you may well have done more research than all of us, but that thing of libraries being places of safety and belonging, places that inspire people, help with learning, creativity, and other sorts of things like that. The fourth one was libraries fostering curiosity and a love of reading, which is something that I'd love to do more of. We know that the Governor-General is our patron of NSW libraries, and how we could build a kind of real momentum in and around reading, and working with many of the others who are leaders in this space across the country. And then the last insight is how libraries are the foundation of a smarter state. We know that 66% of households with children under 16 had visited a New South Wales public library in the last 12 months, for example. But how can we continue to grow those numbers, and how we can come back and share that? And then, of course, that we can say with confidence with this data done here and across the state that the benefits of New South Wales public libraries consistently outweigh their costs. So the New South Wales Treasurer launched the report here in March, and we will continue to work with the government and anyone who we can to share that story of public libraries. Only yesterday, the Sydney Plan was launched here, yesterday morning, with the Minister for Planning and Public Space. And that's a plan charting Sydney's planning future for the next 20 years. And what was great is that I could welcome them, but there was reference to the place of libraries in that, so how we can continue to tell that story. So what we learnt that there's a caution around how do we measure free public services, how do we communicate that clearly with people, and we had that all over the survey saying we're not going to start charging for these things, but we want to know. I think if we did it again, we'd conduct separate surveys, so measuring service, value and wellbeing impacts, and how we can continue to translate these deep findings and data into a story that can hit home with media and with others to tell the story. And of course, that's part of this broader, how do we tell the story of our library and more broadly libraries, really being critical to culture, to learning and literacy, obviously community connection, the economic benefit, that precinct, that idea of place and precinct, and being destinations and places that bring urban, bring kind of cities and others to life. Character, that all our libraries are different. They've got a different sense once you cross the threshold, and how do we really help to build that identity, character and attachment to place both inside and out. On country, of course, connection with First Nations, and how do we embed that through our work, and health and wellbeing. You know, I love lots of discussion of parks. My last job did quite a lot of work in parks. Libraries are as vital to people's wellbeing as parks and walkable access to parks. So I'm going to finish on, you know, we worked with many of you in the past few months to develop that promotional campaign for library membership. Of course, the advertising campaign is appearing across retail spaces, bus shelters and outdoor panels in places in Western Sydney, Northern Tablelands, South Coast, Mid-North Coast and Wagga Wagga. We will continue to boost those ads on social media. And we were in Newcastle. Thank you to the team in Newcastle. I think that was the week before last for Library and Information. Was that last week? Yeah, sorry. My goodness, it's been a year. 2 weeks ago, and it was great to be able to be there and really mark and celebrate Library and Information Week. And of course, you know, we're talking about how do we aim for 50%. We're at 40%. That will take a while to get to 50%, but great that we are building that momentum, because I love the fact that 40% of people in New South Wales are members, but I worry about the other 60%. So how do we really all work together to be able to continue to grow that? And these kind of personal stories are really simple and impactful. And I know, you know, we've been seeing them shared, and thank you to many of you who've been sharing the stories of your own libraries. Getting near the end. And of course, what we're also promoting here is a membership drive for this library. So become a member of your own local library, but also become a member of the State Library, because then you have access to so many e-resources and obviously access to looking at extraordinary manuscripts and materials and all sorts of things if you come and visit us. So please keep up the energy on the membership campaign, and I look forward to really being able to continue to tell that story. I think we've got a window from the release of the data to it will start closing in about 6 months' time, for the relevance of that data, so we will continue to do a whole lot more. And that's our own membership. But yeah, thank you to all of you. I never get enough pictures of all of us here, so hopefully we can aim to get a picture maybe at lunchtime. But thank you to the energy, the expertise, the sheer talent across the state, and what you give to the community and the broader profession. Thank you. I notice I love to get to as many places as I can. We are going to Wagga Wagga with the Library Council next week. And then it's Wingecarribee, I think, the week after. I'm trying to get to as many places, but please keep the invitations coming in, and I'll make sure either I can get there or someone on our Library Council, or of course Cameron and one of the team. Thank you very much, and I look forward to popping in and out today and seeing you at lunchtime. Thank you very much. Back to you, Cameron.
Thanks, Caroline. And yeah, I mean, I think I know everybody, but I'm Cameron Morley, Head of Public Library Services here at the library. And, you know, we work with every council across New South Wales on all sorts of things, including the funding, advisory services, etc. But I'm talking now about the changes to the Act and the upcoming changes to the library regulation, which every council will need to do something about. Nothing too difficult, but it will mean a change to your library rules. So I thought this was a great opportunity to explain that to a lot of people in person, because I will be writing to every council next week about these changes. This picture is, you can see Claudine is to my right there. Claudine and I worked very hard for 18 months on the amendment to the Library Act, and we're there with Caroline and the Minister's Arts Advisor, Clara. That's after the vote went through in the lower house and the bill was passed. So that was a very good day. And the change to the Act, despite that 18 months worth of work and all of the things we had to do, that's the change. It's basically 10(1)(g), one line. Freedom to collect and make available library material. A local library is free to collect and make available library material. That's it, one line. But to get to that point, there's a bunch of dot points there of the things that we had to do. So we wrote countless speeches because very many members of Parliament gave speeches in favour of the bill. We briefed backbenchers, crossbenchers, the opposition, and then we were in Parliament and we were on call. So every time Parliament was sitting, there was a view that our bill was going to come up, and we had to be here and ready to go next door at any moment. And most of the time, it didn't happen. So we were just sort of, and after a while, we thought it was just, is it going to get bumped to the next session, all of that sort of thing, and that ended up happening. So when it actually happened, it went through so quickly, and it was just kind of brilliant. It almost took us by surprise, and it was then. So you can see between the 28th of June and the 28th of May and the 1st of June, Governor's assent was very quick. So that is the law, and what we've done since then is update the Library Council guideline, which is now available. And it really, so the Library Council already had a guideline, which we relied on, but now that the law actually says that libraries can collect and make available whatever they want, we could recast the whole guideline in much stronger terms. So we've done that, and I'll just show you some of the text. The guideline now starts with that fact that you can collect and make available whatever you want, but then also takes the library material definition and puts it up front. So it makes it clear that it's any type of publication that's available in Australia that it's hasn't been refused classification, basically. So it's a very wide thing, and then sets up a few statements which we've just updated a little bit, which were already in the guideline, but now they've got this better backing to them. So it's just picking out a few things there. It's about trying to develop comprehensive collections, because obviously it's going to be not possible to collect everything, but it's as far as possible all points of view on contemporary and historical issues. Don't shy away from controversial issues, and that nothing that hasn't been subject to Commonwealth restriction should necessarily be excluded from the library for moral, political, religious grounds, etc. So it's about, I think gives you that sort of confidence that you can meet any challenges to your collection that might come from certain organised groups who may wish to restrict information. So the rest of the language has been tidied up a little bit, because it was based on an original statement on censorship that the Library Council put out in 1964. We haven't changed any of the, I guess, the meaning, but the language is a little bit more clear. So that's now been approved by the Library Council, and it is on the State Library website, but I'll be writing to councils about that next week, that it's all sort of happening. Now, anyone who was paying attention to the Act and that one line would have seen that there was also some changes to library rules which came through. This was going to happen anyway as part of the review of the library regulation, which happens every 5 years. And I guess it just got put into one bill. So this will mean a change for how you cite rules in your libraries. Like at the moment, local libraries make their rules based on the Library Regulation 2018. In the future, you will need to make your rules under the Library Act rather than the regulation. So you don't have to change the rule, but it's what you're basing the power of your rule on is now under the Act instead of under the regulation. And we'll actually put a guideline out which I guess puts that into some sort of context and might have some ideas on the rules that you might want to cover, because that's all in the Act, and it has always been in the Act, but even me, I hadn't necessarily read that part of the Act, Part 15, which is quite wordy and very technical. But that's the sorts of things that the library regulation could make rules about was already set out in the Act, so that's kind of maybe a bit clearer now. We weren't sure when the regulation was going to change, but it looks as though it's going to happen on the 1st of September. So it's quite near in time, but don't panic, there's a year to make the transition. So once the new regulation comes in, councils will have a year to change their library rules to reflect reflect the Act rather than the regulation, if you know what I mean. And this is the part of the Library Act which sets out, so it's 15.2, what you can make rules about for your library. And you can see under E, F, G, J, etc., it's really about protecting the collection, the facilities, regulating the behaviour of people, and being able to exclude people if they're not abiding by the rules. And none of that has changed, but that bit that's underlined, contravening the rules for the library, is the basis of exclusions moving into the future if you're asking someone to leave or excluding them from a period of time. It used to be about an offence against the regulations, and there were actual offences in the regulation, which they're still there now and probably will be until the 1st of September, that it's actually an offence to do things like make noise in the library. You can be fined for it. Parliamentary Counsel's Office, who drafts the legislation, advised that there were certain offences in that regulation which weren't appropriate as offences, even though they'd been in there since 1945. Like fining people for making too much noise doesn't happen outside a library. Fining people for eating and drinking doesn't happen outside a library. So it wasn't appropriate. So they were going to take that out anyway, just because that's modern lawmaking. But it means if you want to continue to have rules around those things, you'll just need to publish them as part of your rules. So I'll move on to, this is what the new rules bit looks like in the Act, and it talks about the governing body can make rules, and the definition there is that for the State Library, the governing body is the Library Council of New South Wales, and for local libraries, the governing body is your council. So any rules you've been making for your library, it's really your council making the rules, obviously. So these are the things that are actually set out in the regulation at the moment, which won't be there after the 1st of September. However, if they're part of your library rules now, they can remain in force for up to a year until you recast them as your new rules under the Act. So you've got that transition time to do it. So I've had a look at a lot of local library rules, and mostly they cite this regulation. So your rules will be based around things like, no one really says you can't take an umbrella into the library anymore, but you possibly could. And if you want to retain that, you'll just have to write that as part of your rules rather than relying on the regulation. Things like reproduction of library material, which is more about the preservation of the material, because the Copyright Act obviously covers the copyright aspects of it. So you just might want to go through the things that are in the current regulation and make a choice about whether you want to retain them under your new library rules that you'll publish on your website under the Library Act rather than referring to the regulation. So these are the things. If you want to stop people misusing the library space by misplacing library material on purpose, making too much noise, using the library for something that isn't really a library function, most libraries don't prohibit eating and drinking, or if they do, it's only in one part of the library, that sort of thing. So you just continue to make your rules as you will, and then you really just have to publish those rules. So what we'll do is come up with, probably we'll call it a guideline around library rules. If you're making a library rule, you cite this part of the Act. These are the sorts of things you're allowed to put in the rules, which is that 15.2 of the Act. And in the past, libraries had these rules under the regulation. If you want to retain them, here's the wording that you can use, but it won't have the offence of 200 penalty units or $200 fine or whatever it was associated with it. So the wording will be there, and you can use that if you like. And I guess the one change to exclusions and kicking people out of the library that'll happen, this is the current clause 17 of the library regulation. It talks about the person's conduct, condition, dress or manner. If it's likely to give offence to anyone else using the library, they can be asked to leave. And it has the penalty units. The penalty units will stay, so if someone doesn't leave the library or they're excluded and they come back, they can still be fined. But the change is it's no longer clause 17, it'll be clause 8. And you'll see that the person's conduct is likely to interfere with another person's use of the library. So it's taken out that notion of being offensive, and their dress or manner is no longer a part of it. So it's really if they're offend is still there. So it's the person's conduct, either offending other people or interfering with other people's use of the library. So it's narrowed it down to that. And that's sort of taken out a few grey areas around, conditions seem to come from like being drunk, for example. That when you look at the 1945 regulation, that was based on. And there was a whole lot of stuff around dress. So if people weren't properly dressed, and I guess you could still make a rule around that if you wanted to. If you could say in your rules that you would still want people to wear shoes, for example, or a shirt. So, but you would need to have that as part of your library rules rather than relying on it being written out in the regulation. So, and the way that we kind of do that here at the State Library is we have a code of conduct, like we call the sort of client code of conduct, and these are the sorts of behaviours that we sort of expect, and treating staff well, all of that sort of stuff. So, and I know a lot of local libraries also have codes of conduct. So you can cover these things off in that. And then I guess it's about excluding people or asking them to leave is based on it's their conduct rather than some arbitrary thing like a T-shirt or whatever. So, but I guess theoretically if they had an offensive T-shirt, you could ask them to get out if it was offending other people and it was causing a ruckus, right? But these sorts of things will be part of the guideline that we communicate to councils in the next week or so. And please call us, because there'll no doubt be aspects of library rules that you've got that are might have been in place for a long time, or you just might want to run it by the does it have a place in the Act? And as long as it's around protection of the library, it's fittings, collections, and it's about, I guess, acceptable behaviour of patrons, yes, you can have a rule about it. And that is really, I guess, how we'll set that out in that communication. So I guess that is the overview of the Act and the Reg. So at this point, I'll hand over to Andrea Kerr. And Andrea is talking about the standards and guidelines. So, thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Public libraries have a unique and trusted place in our communities across New South Wales. At their core is a simple but powerful principle of free and equitable access to information, learning and culture for everyone. It's a principle that's embedded in the Library Act 1939 and one that continues to guide public library services today. The New South Wales Public Library objectives and standards help translate that purpose into practice. They provide a shared framework for understanding what successful library services look like, how we measure performance, and how we continue to improve outcomes for our communities. They also give libraries, councils and the State Library a common language for discussing library services, planning for the future and demonstrating impact. So if public libraries have this important role in our communities, the next question is, how do we define success and how do we know whether we're delivering on that purpose? And that's where the objectives and standards framework comes in. So the framework has two connected parts, the objectives and the standards. The objectives describe the purpose of public libraries and the outcomes we are working towards for our communities, and the standards make those objectives practical by providing measurable indicators across four key areas. We have service delivery, so that's opening hours, staffing, library expenditure and access to technology. Collections, size of collection, age of collection, and also use of collections with circulation and turnover. Community engagement, which is membership, visitation, customer satisfaction, and programs. And also library facilities, because which talks about the size of our libraries, which is very important for us to be able to deliver those services. So together they help libraries and councils assess current performance, identify priorities and plan for future needs. And most importantly, they provide a common framework for decision making and continuous improvement across the sector. So the current objectives and standards build on a long history of defining and strengthening public library services across New South Wales. The framework we use today has evolved over many decades. So public library standards in New South Wales, as I mentioned, have a long history, dating back to 1959, when the Library Board of New South Wales and the Local Government Association first introduced a small set of guidelines. From the beginning, their purpose was clear: to describe what a quality public library service should look like and to provide a degree of consistency across library services throughout the state. And this was a time when many councils were adopting the Library Act, and we saw the growth of public libraries across the state. Then in 1969, the standards evolved into a more detailed framework with the introduction of public library objectives and standards. And these provided clearer objectives and expectations for collections, staffing, access and services as public libraries increasingly took on a broader community role. And we relied on these standards for a couple of decades. Many of you will also be familiar with Living Learning Libraries, which was a mouthful, but it was introduced in 2008. And this framework strengthened the focus on evidence, performance measurement and use of the statewide statistics that we have been collecting since way before then, helping libraries benchmark their services and demonstrate impact. Further refinements followed, including the introduction of population cohorts in 2016, which allowed libraries to compare their performance with services operating in similar community contexts, so that libraries could compare themselves to libraries of similar size. Yes. Then in 2025, so last year, the current version of the objectives and standards was introduced, which brought together decades of sector knowledge, evidence and experience into a more streamlined and contemporary framework. So while the framework has evolved over time, its purpose has remained consistent. It's providing a shared understanding of quality public library service and supporting libraries to meet changing community needs. What has changed, however, is how we measure success and define good practice, and that's reflected in some important changes within the current standards. One of the most significant changes in the updated framework is the way performance targets are set. Previous versions of the standards relied heavily on the median performance, so across the different cohorts. And while that provided a useful benchmark, it also meant that expectations were often centred on what was typical or average across the sector. So the updated standards take a different approach. Performance targets are now based on the top quartile of libraries within each population cohort, and this means that the benchmarks are drawn from libraries facing broadly similar circumstances and serving comparable communities, but those that are performing at a high level. In other words, the standards are designed to represent what good practice looks like in reality. They're ambitious, but they're also achievable because they're based on outcomes that are already being delivered by library services across New South Wales. Another important change is the way the framework has been organised. The standards have been streamlined into those 4 clear areas of service delivery, collections, community engagement and library facilities. And this makes the framework easier to understand, it's easier to communicate with councils and stakeholders, and it's easier to use as a practical planning and assessment tool. The result is a framework that is clearer, more practical and more closely aligned with contemporary public library practice. And that raises an important question: why did we choose these particular measures? And this answer lies in what decades of evidence and experience tell us about the characteristics of successful library services. So as I mentioned, the updated standards are grounded in evidence. They reflect what we've learnt from decades of statistical collection, benchmarking, our assessment visits and conversations with library services across New South Wales. And when we look at all of this data, a consistent picture emerges. Libraries that perform strongly rarely excel in just one area. Instead, they tend to show strengths across a range of interconnected factors. They have collections that are current, relevant and representative of community needs. They provide welcoming and functional spaces that people want to visit and spend time in, as Caroline has mentioned. And they offer good access to the community through appropriate opening hours and staffing. And they maintain strong relationships with their communities, which is reflected in membership, participation and engagement. The reverse is often true as well. Where services are facing challenges, we frequently see weaker results across multiple areas rather than just one single measure. And this tells us something important, that library performance is interconnected. Collections, staffing, facilities, access and community engagement all influence one another. A great collection is most effective when people can easily access it. A well-designed building creates opportunities for programs and community connection, but it's no good if it's only open a few hours a week. Strong engagement helps build membership and usage, which in turn strengthens the case for ongoing investment. Rather than focusing on individual measures in isolation, the standards bring together the key ingredients that contribute to a strong and sustainable public library service. And that's why the framework is such a useful planning tool. It helps identify not only where a service is performing well, but also where targeted improvements can have the greatest impact. Understanding these patterns is valuable, but the evidence only becomes useful when it helps inform decisions. So what does all of this actually mean for library services, councils and day-to-day practice? At one level, the standards provide a way to measure performance, but their real value is in supporting decision-making. They give libraries and councils a clearer understanding of where a service is performing strongly, where challenges may exist, and where investment might be likely to have the greatest impact. They help answer practical questions such as, are our opening hours meeting community needs? Are our collections current, relevant and sufficiently resourced? Do our facilities support the way libraries use libraries today? And are we reaching the communities that we want to serve? So they help move discussions beyond individual measures and towards a broader understanding of library service quality and community outcomes. It's important to note that the framework's not intended to create identical libraries across New South Wales. We realise that every community is different and every library service operates within its own local context. But instead, the standards provide a consistent statewide framework while still allowing flexibility to respond to local needs and priorities. They're there to help you have evidence to plan, adapt and advocate for the services in your community. And that's really the focus of today. The standards are actually most valuable when they're applied in real-life situations. So today's sessions are designed to explore how these ideas translate into practice. So today is an opportunity to explore how these ideas are being applied in libraries across New South Wales, and rather than working through the standards and as a talk, we'll explore them through the lens of real service challenges and opportunities that libraries are facing every day. So after morning tea, we'll begin with community engagement or membership and outreach, looking at how libraries connect with communities, build participation and ensure services reach the people that need them most. Then we'll turn our attention to buildings and spaces, recognising that library facilities are much more than physical infrastructure. They influence who uses our services, how people engage with them, and the experiences that we create within our communities. After lunch, we'll focus on collections, exploring how libraries maintain collections that are current, relevant, and responsive to community needs and expectations. And then in our last session, we will consider the future and planning for the opportunities and challenges that may arise. Throughout the day, you'll hear from colleagues and guest speakers who are applying these principles in different contexts across New South Wales, and we also have some of our colleagues from Victoria. Their experiences will provide practical examples of how the standards can support decision-making, service improvement and community outcomes. And so our aim is that by the end of the day, you'll leave not only with a stronger understanding of what the standards and objectives are, but also with some practical ideas and examples that you can adapt and apply within your own library services. So before we begin our first session, it's now time for morning tea, but before everybody rushes outside to the refreshments that are available in the foyer, you will notice when you go outside that towards the back of the room we have some information stalls set up where we have colleagues from across the State Library. So we have members of our Public Library Services team who are there that can show you different things. We have members of our multicultural unit, and we also have members of other state library services such as the reading room, our learning services and our awards team. They have some information there to share with you, but feel free if you've got any questions about those things to come and have a conversation. All of the PLS team are around today. Feel free to come and talk to us as well. Just a little bit of housekeeping. The bathrooms are around the corner, and we'll be back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, welcome back everyone. We might get started again. Okay, thanks everyone. For anyone who doesn't know me, my name's Michael Adams. I'm a librarian here in the PLS team, and I'm introducing the next session, which has the theme of connection, which is really what public libraries are all about: connecting to collections, to information, to technology, to each other. And this session explores connection through the lens of membership and outreach. Looking at these areas helps libraries understand who they're reaching, but also who they're missing and where the gaps are. It can also help identify the barriers that may contribute to those gaps, whether relating to accessibility, language, technology, or simply awareness. And community engagement begins with membership. While membership doesn't tell the whole story, it's an important starting point for understanding how people engage with the library. Reaching membership targets and increasing overall engagement requires a range of strategies, including outreach. Outreach can include targeted programs, community partnerships, mobile or pop-up services. Done effectively, it makes libraries more visible and strengthens links with the community. The community engagement standards offer a practical framework, focusing on the areas of membership, visits, programs, and customer satisfaction. Measuring your library service against these standards is an opportunity to gain insight into how well your library is reaching its community. And this session is about using those insights to identify gaps and opportunities, and to ultimately design services that are inclusive, welcoming, and easy to access. Our first presentation explores this through Maribyrnong libraries, where a community focus and willingness to challenge assumptions help transform membership, engagement, and service delivery. Our speakers are Alex Messina, Manager Creative Communities, and Joanne Smith, Coordinator Libraries from Maribyrnong City Council in Victoria. Welcome, Alex and Joanne.
Good morning, everyone. We're really excited to be here, and we're repping in our Victorian Public Library. We work on the lands of the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong people, and we acknowledge them as the first storytellers of Maribyrnong. And Maribyrnong's a bit of a tongue twister, but it directly translates as "I hear a ringtail possum," although a local elder told me that it's probably more likely to mean lots of ringtail possums because you only hear them when there's lots of them. This is the story of the little library that could. We based our presentation on the American folk tale of the little engine that could. The Maribyrnong team really needed to start believing in themselves, and so today we've borrowed some of the images from the well-known version of the book by Arnold Waddy Piper Monk, which conveniently entered the public domain this year. Maribyrnong is nestled on the banks of the Maribyrnong River, and we're 6 kilometres west from Melbourne CBD. At 31 square kilometres, we're the 4th smallest LGA in Victoria. We're home to the Western Bulldogs AFL team, High Point Shopping Centre, which is one of Australia's 5 busiest centres, Victoria University, and we're also a major transport hub, gateway to the Western Metro area of Melbourne and regional destinations across Victoria. Maribyrnong's known as quite a culturally diverse area. More than 38% of our residents were born overseas and speaking more than 80 languages and from 100 countries. Almost 12% of residents across Maribyrnong are from Vietnamese heritage. And cultural diversity has resulted in a vibrant arts centre and foodie mecca. The suburb of Footscray is a vital cultural and commercial centre in Melbourne's inner west. Proud migrant history, thriving creative sector and strong local character. But in recent years, growing concerns around public safety, antisocial behaviour and urban neglect have impacted confidence across parts of the municipality. Within this context, I arrived in mid-22 and Alex in early 23. Maribyrnong at that time was operating 5 branches, a home library service and an online offer. Despite a strong collection budget and positive feedback from the community, only 22% of the local population were members, ranking Maribyrnong in the lowest quartile for Victorian public libraries. Coming out of COVID and an intense lockdown situation in Victoria, Maribyrnong libraries were getting the job done. Libraries were open, customers were borrowing and happy, but we weren't setting the community or the industry alight. Here's our boring slide, because everyone always wants to know where we fit. So Maribyrnong Libraries has an FTE of around 35, which translates to, we've just taken on some new casuals, so around 75 staff. 15% of those have been at Maribyrnong for more than 25 years. At council, we sit within community life and alongside community wellbeing, community outcomes and inclusive communities. And our department is called Creative Communities because it covers both libraries and arts and culture. As mentioned, Alex is the manager and I'm the coordinator. And we have a team that has a combination of location-based branches and portfolios that service the whole team. We continued our ongoing tussle with Waste Services for the top spot in Council's customer satisfaction survey. They got up there during COVID because it was all about bins during COVID. And community feedback for us is really positive. But in an area of high need, customers weren't asking for much and staff weren't really aiming for more. So staff retention rates were high and remain high, so people like working for us. But Maribyrnong Libraries wasn't a place that people were talking about. No one was saying, have you seen that new building, service innovation or program? We just weren't a place that people aspired to work or visit.
So in my first week, I met with Jo to get her assessment of the service. What was working well? Where did we need to focus? And this conversation set the scene for our working relationship over the last 3 or so years. So Jo said, I want to be the best. I want us to be a sector leader. Everyone says Maribyrnong is nice, but no one recognises us for anything. And this had reflected what I'd heard. Before I'd started at Maribyrnong, I'd asked around industry colleagues to see what other people thought, and everyone actually used the word nice. There's no aspiration in nice. And despite this Jo's call to action initially really challenged me. Our community was highly satisfied with the library service, so why fix what isn't broken? If you're exceeding community expectations, is it arrogant to want to be better? Who are you doing it for? And the answer is, you're doing it for yourself. For your team, for your sector and for your community. So in our situation, we have an incredibly grateful community who really value our services, but we can't rest on our laurels. Our role is to inspire. So when I arrived in January 2023, the team were partway through the development of a new library plan. The draft plan was, really thoughtful. It had been informed by community input, but it was just a bunch of projects with no real rationale for why activities were being prioritised. And it was evident that the previous plan hadn't driven activity and that the library plan was really an artefact, something that you admire on a shelf. So our first step was to create a vision that aligned our service to our council plan. And that was welcoming progressive libraries which inspire connection, learning and creativity. And we deliberately adopted a short time frame for our plan to reflect that it was really a hygiene plan. A plan that was really focused on rebuilding confidence and base skills and processes. Our community was really cautious about returning to in-person service delivery post-pandemic, and our visitor numbers, as Jo mentioned, in 2023 were lower than comparable services across Victoria. So our staff were still wearing masks and protected by sneeze screens. You know, we had a pretty rough time in Melbourne, to be fair, but confidence was really low, so we needed to strike the right balance. So our plan was built around 4 strategic themes, and we set headline indicators for each area to ensure that we were clearly communicating to our team, to our stakeholders and community, what we were seeking to achieve. Like many libraries, despite an innate need to count what we do, there was a real resistance from the team to quantitative targets and low maturity in measuring and reporting progress. Choosing the right mix of key performance indicators was essential to demonstrate a balance between quantity and impact. So we set a target that 80% of our program participants would feel that they've gained knowledge or skills, developed confidence or feel more connected to their community by participating in our programs. And the purpose of this measure was really to sharpen our program. You know, at the time decisions were being made centrally without clear rationale, we wanted to ensure that every program we delivered was impactful and supporting our vision. We also wanted to demonstrate the value of the collection to our community, so committed to increasing our collection turnover to align with the average for Victorian public libraries. We used Council's annual satisfaction survey as the tool to measure the outcomes of our investment in our workforce. So our rating was already high, so we aimed to maintain this over the life of the plan. We incorporated one stretch target in our plan, something that I believed was possible, but that the team found really difficult to conceive. And that one KPI has been fundamental to everything that we do, and that was that we will demonstrate the value of our library service to our community by increasing our membership base by 50% by 2025. So one of the major projects that we undertook was to implement a new organisational structure and service model. Librarians and library officers worked across multiple branches, and many of them didn't have an assigned team leader. So staff were missing out on learning and development opportunities without accountable leaders invested in their development. Some staff were underperforming, but it actually wasn't their fault. Expectations weren't communicated clearly, they weren't getting the targeted learning and development that they needed, and our leaders were really frustrated because if they did lean in and try to intervene and support staff, it would then be undermined potentially when a staff member was working in another branch and got an inconsistent leadership message. Basically, you could sum up the entire service as nice but inconsistent. So the roster structure was built on history with incremental and strategic changes made at points in time. Some branch staff were unable to take lunch breaks safely, while others were sitting down and taking a group team break. So there's a lot of inequity. Some branches were staffed for set-up 1 hour before opening, while others were rostered to walk in and turn the lights on as the customers came in with them. There was no consideration of risk and certainly no consideration of employee experience. A large cohort of staff were rostered in customer-facing duties for 100% of their time, meaning that projects, learning and development, program planning and other activities either needed to be juggled while on desk or in personal time. It simply wasn't good enough. But despite this, it was still a really hard sell to the team. So what did we do? We implemented consistent shift times across the branches. This included start times for staff that enabled set-up time, time to read service logs and notes ahead of opening to the public, and finishing a shift after closing to provide time away from the public to be safer when doing things like counting cash. We implemented risk-based staff ratios for each branch based on the location, size and demographics of each branch. We committed to having a librarian rostered to every shift. We committed to ratios of customer-facing time versus non-rostered time so that every staff member had access to time to learn. And we repointed most staff, not always, it's not always that simple, back to a single branch to strengthen relationships between staff and their supervisors. This was the single biggest project that we undertook, and it was designed to build capacity, and as hard as it was through this that we really started to gain momentum.
Yeah, we started simply. Where can we find the quick wins and where do we need to play the long game? We brought back structured meetings that had fallen off during COVID. A couple of meetings in, we made the call to progress online instead of doing hybrid meetings because we just didn't have the technology set up to do proper hybrid meetings. By staying online, everyone gets the same experience, whether they attend live or watch the recording later. Online means no minutes. We just make the recording available afterwards. We flag the play time and any highlights, and then we make the recording available. Beyond our 6 weekly team meetings, we also hold leadership meetings that help the team leaders connect with each other and with operational service delivery and projects. We've also implemented monthly catch-ups with our safety reps and union reps to reduce the risk of small issues turning into bigger things. We brought the entire team together for a team day in December 23, and we do this annually. We've done 3 now. Last year, at mid-year, we did branch and service days, where Alex and I often take the lead for setting a theme and agenda at the team day. The service area and branch team days, the individual team leaders can set out a session specifically for their team. Examples of some of the activities that the teams have done were to visit the Koori Heritage Trust, to visit a supplier, or to do a library tour. To reach new customers, we looked at running community pop-ups where potential new customers might be lurking. The train station at 7 o'clock in the morning, Bunnings on a Saturday morning, the aquatic centre after school, or the shopping centre on pension day. We started to look for funding and other opportunities beyond our organisation. We got some state government funding for the RAT distribution fund, and we started saying yes to other opportunities. Free pad and tampon machines, sure. Bid for a small amount of money to run citizen science programs, we think we can. Partnering with early years to run bilingual story times, we can. We started running open pitches where anyone could pitch a program. One staff member pitched a classical music in the courtyard concept that she first raised 10 years before. We delivered that program, and then the idea was taken by another branch and run there with equal success. Internally, we started to raise our gaze. We asked for representation across the Public Libraries Victoria interest groups, rather than short-term workarounds and shoulder taps for EOIs, we started to call, for backfills, we started to call for EOIs for those backfills and for conference participation. At the ALIA conference in Adelaide, 2 of our team presented about our rainbow programming, and this year Alex and I presented, and we had 2 other librarians from the team come along with us. We watched and we listened, and sometimes that was taking action, and sometimes it went against our initial instincts. Last year we implemented a security guard at one site. We were concerned that the introduction of a uniformed guard would negatively impact the customers in a culturally diverse area. But after a spate of incidents, we made the call. In this instance, while we weren't sure, we modelled an evidence-based approach to the team, responding to the data that we gathered. We have a guard 5 evenings a week, and on Thursdays, they start early because our data told us that. On Thursdays, it's pension day and payday, and 70% of our antisocial behaviour incidents occur on Thursdays. One of our most significant changes was around membership. We identified a list of barriers to membership and systematically started looking for ways to remove them. In 2025, we did a major overhaul of membership. We lowered the joining age to 12. We removed the ID requirement. After all, we don't post letters and we don't charge fines and we don't do debt collection. Why do we need someone's address? In that process, we halved the number of questions on our membership, and we removed a combination of operational and systems barriers. We also rolled out the project in a new way. We provided the traditional workflow of training notes and and mapped workflows, but we also filmed 5 scenarios. We took 5 customer cohorts and filmed 1 scenario at each branch. Staff could see their colleagues at their branch running through the new process of how someone might handle a tech-savvy student who can scan their own QR code, or someone who might need help for a full sign-up support. This is our web form, how it looks now. You can see it fits on 1 page. We've gone down to 9 questions and 2 checkboxes. We don't ask for ID anymore. We just use Addressify to validate that the address is actually a real address. And it's the same one that Australia Post use. By removing some of the system restrictions, we also reduced the uptake of plastic cards. While membership increased, plastic cards were actually lower than the previous year. We dropped from 72% plastic uptake to 32%. Due to the significance of the change, we delivered an intensive internal marketing campaign for the staff prior to rollout. We circulated staff guidelines, an FAQ, a visual workflow of the steps, and how to download the app for iPhone and Android in case staff weren't already familiar with that and using it as part of their membership process. We obviously knew that staff knew how to sign people up, so instead we created short videos of the different ways the sign-up process could be undertaken. Using an old school paper form, using an opaque computer, using an iPad, the customer using their own phone, or joining up a family and linking multiple memberships to the app. Despite the extra time and effort, we recorded them separately at each branch and used the staff across the service. This was our winning video, which hopefully is going to play.
Hi, welcome. Hey, I'd like to join the library today, if possible.
Absolutely, fantastic. Do you have a smartphone on you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, you can either download that, scan that QR code, or you can fill out this quick little form here to become a member of the library.
Cool, I'll do that now.
Super easy, super quick. We have lots and lots of programs. But we also have awesome books and access to things like e-resources. Do you like listening to e-audio or reading e-books?
Yeah, I really like audiobooks.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we've got a whole heap that you can have access to once you become a member of the library.
Nice.
Yeah. And we also run a lot of programs which our community participate in.
That sounds super interesting.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm done.
Fantastic. You are now a member of the library. So if you get out your smartphone and scan that QR code, it'll take you to our library app, number here, set yourself up, and then you'll be able to access our catalogue, you'll be able to access information on what's happening, all our library branches. And so welcome.
Wow, that sounds all good, and it's been super easy to join up.
That's fantastic. If you have any questions, please come and talk to us.
So that was one of the videos. They were all sort of 1 to 2 minutes, really low spec, but just giving staff the confidence that membership could be done in a different way. And as with every good library thing, we ran a competition, and after we'd done the 5 videos, we asked the team to vote on their favourite, and this one was the winner. They got a bedazzled 3D printed cup as a prize, which they were very happy about, and a bag of lollies, because who doesn't need a snack when you're at the library? I'm going to skip the next one because I don't think we've got enough time, but if anyone is interested in the videos, then reach out to us and we can send them over. There you go.
So I guess from not being able to go another inch, suddenly through all of these initiatives, we had a service, a workforce, a team that finally thought that they could. So our service had transformed from top-down, disparate and secretive communications to transparent, equitable communications, evidenced through our whole of service team days and our branch team days. We went from ticker box staff development to a learning culture, really shown through participation more in broader sector leadership opportunities, as well as some of the work that we've been doing through digital competency assessments and much more personalised development plans for team members. We've moved from a traditional service delivery model to a more contemporary and diversified model. So we've now got book lockers and pop-up events and creative programming for adults, partnerships with community service providers. We run Libraries After Dark, Australian Poetry Slam Heat. We had a wonderful book lovers soiree and more. And we've moved from hierarchical leadership to a more collaborative model. So as Joe mentioned before, any staff member across the service, including casual staff members, can pitch a program, or they can nominate to participate in a portfolio or to attend conferences. And we've moved from what we think was a patchy and in places quite a cliquey culture to a much more open and engaged culture. An example of this being the leaders, when I first moved to Footscray, everyone who was a team leader located at that branch all sat in little offices, so everybody's moved into open plans. So really important moves. And I guess all of this, the investment in staff, is what's really enabled this I guess, change in terms of the way that we engage with the community. So it's really worth that investment. And in terms of the outcomes, our 23-25 library plan concluded in December last year. So over that 2.5-year period, we achieved some really incredible outcomes. So at the time, we had 40,378 members, representing 47% of our city's population, and a whopping 49% increase over the period. So we did just fall short of our 50% target, but I think that's pretty close, and we're really proud of it. 96% of our program participants reported that they'd gained knowledge or skills, developed confidence, or felt more connected to their community by participating in our programs. Our collection turnover was 4.5, which was consistent with the Victorian Public Library average, and our community satisfaction with libraries was 8.5 out of 10. So again, just sitting just under Council's green waste, garbage and recycling collections. And I think it actually went up to 8.7 in the last year. So, you know, consistently achieving really, really good results there. Importantly, staff engagement has increased year on year, so the percentage of engaged employees increased 9 percentage points over the past year. And as I said, this is really translated into demonstrable outcomes for our community, so really a win-win for us. I guess transformational change is really only possible through alignment, consistency and resilience. And I always like to, at this point in the talk, acknowledge Jo and her leadership. It can be really difficult. There's a lot of difficult conversations that happen through this level of change, but really that commitment has really enabled Maribyrnong to be, as the title of our talk, the little service that could. Thanks a lot. And I think we may have a little bit of time for questions. Yep.
Can't see any hands.
Hello, I'm Jessica from Northside Library. I have a question. I really like your idea of pitching individual staff for programs and events at their own capacity, but I know a lot of libraries also run the library with very tight staffing, like Northside Library. How do you balance the staffing and also with one more person doing extra tasks?
My view is that just because you come up with an idea doesn't mean you have to deliver the idea. So they can pitch the idea. So sometimes our staff will pitch and they want to see it through to fruition and deliver it. But the idea is that Particularly with, we have kind of weekend staff that don't work during the week, as well as our casuals, and so often they are seeing segments of the community that the rest of the service aren't seeing as frequently. So having people who are closest to their individual communities is a really good way to understand what the community need and to make sure that that's a really responsive program idea. So yeah, in terms of it, that capacity, just because you pitch the idea doesn't mean you deliver it, but Jo might talk to more around how we would enable that if it was something that somebody was really passionate about.
Yeah, I think it's something that we look at. They do a one-page pitch initially, and if it's somebody who hasn't done a pitch before, then our partnerships team leader will have a conversation with them about what that looks like, and then identify whether it's something that the person is bringing a connection or a skill that doesn't exist elsewhere in the team. And if that's the case, then we prioritise for that person to come in with planning time. But because we do a pitch meeting and we go through and work out, are there staffing costs, resource costs up front? So Alex and the other team leaders are in the room when that decision's made. So if we commit to doing the program as it's pitched, then we're committing to that, whether that's that person delivering it or we identify someone else. So having all the decision makers in terms of rostering and programs budget in the room just allows us to make that decision up front.
And that's another important point, is that we make those decisions collectively as a service. So the branches aren't developing their programs separately. We're doing it together, but it is a decision that's made between sort of the service-wide teams as well as the individual branches. So we don't want anything where we come up with a great idea and we just force it into a community. The branch team leaders know best what's right for their community, but we do kind of work together as a service to make sure that if we've got a great idea that we know that our broader community are going to benefit from, that we're all leaning in and making sure that that can happen.
Excuse me. Hi, I love that you removed the barrier to membership by removing the ID requirement with the address. I guess my question is, how do you measure then, like obviously you can't prioritise any service by people who live in the LGA because you don't know where, I mean obviously they probably do live in the LGA, but sometimes with resources, collections or programming that is really limited, like there are always more people that want to access them than you can provide access for. How do you make those calls where obviously, I guess face-to-face the people are more likely to be from the LGA, but is that just less of a consideration and it was prioritised to provide a streamlined service to getting people in the door? And
we still do ask for the address, we just don't ask for ID to validate it.
Okay.
So if someone comes in and says that they live in Braybrook or they live in West Footscray, then we just take what they're giving us as truth and join them up. So we're still getting the data on who's in what suburb and what age, and if they join at one library and then they're using another library, we've still got all that data. It's just we were asking people for ID that we didn't really need to validate, and that was the barrier to that. We had one beautiful story of somebody who came in to join, and they had recently come out of incarceration, and they were really nervous about coming in and showing ID, and we just made it really simple, not too many questions, and they felt really relaxed and comfortable. And after they'd visited a couple of times, they actually had the confidence to speak to one of the staff and say, I tried to join at a couple of places, but because I didn't have ID yet, they wouldn't let me join. So I'm really happy that I found you. I feel really welcome. We also have people from multicultural communities who might have ID, but it might not be in English. We have people from the trans community who might not have ID in their preferred name. So just removing those barriers for what we actually need.
So it's still, you still verify identity, but just not address. Is that, do they have to show any ID or no ID?
We invite people to provide their contact details, but we don't require them to.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a lot of people in our LGA who may not have an email address, and we still post to them. So I guess every library has to make their own call, but I think that's quite inspirational to just remove those barriers and make it easy.
We stopped posting, fines got removed during COVID, and I've been at Maribyrnong for 4 years and they haven't been posting the whole time I was there. So we were validating and verifying ID for a postal service that we had stopped more than 5 years ago. And it was just about, like we said, you know, what is the barrier? Is it actually causing a barrier? Are we using it for anything? And we still ask questions. We did have quite a debate about whether or not to remove the gender question, but across council there's other elements that that council is required to measure and count gender diversity in. So we didn't remove that question, but we did have the conversation about it, and it might change in the future. So for us, it's really about having those conversations. It's not about doing it the way we've been doing it for 20 years just because. Let's actually talk about why, and is it still valid?
I think that's it. Everything we do, we pick up and we shake and we go, why are we doing this? Is there a real purpose for it? And if there isn't, let's get rid of it. And then, you know, we might find out why we were doing it, but that's okay because you're allowed to make mistakes, but it is better to test, I think, and to continue to transform, because if we keep doing things the way that we've always done them, then we'll never actually be responsive to what our community needs.
And that gender question, for a number of our staff, they actually expected that question to be removed. So when we didn't remove it, that again was a conversation with the team about, we didn't remove it for this reason, but we've changed the options to match the council reporting now. So, you know, we're still moving forward even though we haven't completely removed that question. Thank you.
So thank you so much again, Alex and Joe. I want to hear what your waste services team are doing. Next time, bring one of those up with you. But so many fantastic ideas there, and we really appreciate you coming up today. So once again, thanks, Alex and Joe. Oh, there we go. So we have two speakers to conclude this little section of this morning, two New South Wales Public Library staff. What we're going to do is hear from both of our speakers and then do questions. So as you hear Cecilia, just think of your questions and we'll get to them after our second speaker. So I'm pleased to introduce Cecilia Steele, the Team Leader Libraries and Museum at Albury City Libraries. And Cecilia is going to be presenting on Albury's Cultural Exchange Program, which was a successful partnership connecting multicultural communities to library services. So thanks, Cecilia.
Thank you for having me here today. Now, for those who don't know, Albury is a border town on beautiful Wiradjuri country, and it's about just over halfway between Sydney and Melbourne. We have two branches, Albury Library Museum and Lavington Library, and we serve a population of approximately 56,000 people. So we'll see if those numbers grow in the census. Now, I've got to press the right button. There we go. This is some of the people who participated in our multicultural exchange, our cultural exchange program in the Albury area. Now, there's a lot of ground to cover in this, so I'll try to go quickly, but also try to cover everything that we did. Now, with Albury itself, we had a very organic beginnings to our cultural exchange programs. I need to thank one of our team members, Inverell, for the following information, because it was before I commenced with Albury City. The cultural exchange program within our libraries all started with a group of Bhutanese refugees who you saw in the first slide, who relocated their social gathering from a hot, air-conditioned shed to the Albury Library Museum around 2015. One of the team members approached them and started engaging with them, and so it all began. Over the last 10 years, the program has expanded, changed and morphed into something with multi-generational engagement, and has helped hundreds of our newest community members with social engagement, navigating Australian society, and learning the English language to help with school and everyday life. From its humble beginnings, it morphed into 4 main programs: Cards, Coffee and Mandelas, Conversational English, Tertiary Tips, and Homework Help. And I'll talk a little later about the forms and outcomes of each of these programs. But first of all, we need to touch on how we made this possible. Until 2025, Albury City Libraries partnered with the Albury-Wodonga Volunteer Resource Bureau, known as VRB, to help connect the newer members of our community, in particular refugees and migrants. VRB assisted with a settlement engagement and transitional support program, which then allowed them to connect and refer people onto programs and services, including those within the library spaces. And it's very vital for these, to have these connections to be able to know where the people are. To deliver the programs within the library itself, it took a number of people to coordinate and help out. VRB had a part to play. They had a program coordinator who assisted to run the whole, all the programs. They coordinated people, they coordinated volunteers in particular, and they also coordinated programs not only within the library but outside the library. So they were within the community itself. The program assistant was also within the community. Unfortunately, I don't have their official title, but they were the person who helped on the ground, particularly with the Bhutanese group as they translated for us. Language can be a particularly difficult area, and having people who were able to do the translation and be able to know how, where to find people within the community to help in different circumstances was vital. And then there's the volunteers, the dedicated life force that made all the programs possible. I'm uncertain how many volunteers we've had over the years, but at times we saw 15 to 30 volunteers in the library at different programs each week. And then there's resources. There were grants, buses to help with transport, different activities, craft resources, and different educational resources, especially for homework help. From the library, we had multiple team members who would help set up the programs and delivery, learning and arranging craft activities, collecting local history, which we'll touch on a little bit later, and one team member at each branch was the main point of contact for coordinating the programs. Albury City Council provided some grants, which helped fund the program. We provided within the library space itself, and it became a safe place for them to meet, and somewhere they learnt they could come at any time, even outside of their designated programming times. And we also provided resources, and I learnt all sorts of craft that I never knew existed. So we did different crafts. We also had yarn, and we made pom-poms and just different things with pencils, and there's so many things that I can't list them all. I'm sure there's more detail I could provide on all of those, so it's a very simplistic overview, but it made the building blocks of the cultural exchange program. Most importantly, we couldn't run the program without participants, the refugees and migrants, and in general, members of the CALD community. You'll hopefully get a glimpse into how the programs helped and became an important connection point as we go through each one. So, Cards, Coffee and Mandelas. Albury became a home to a large number of Bhutanese refugees who started settling in the region in around 2008. As mentioned, a group of this community became the starting point of the cultural exchange programs within the library, and they started meeting at the Library Museum in 2015. Transported to the libraries by bus, they would meet every Monday at the Library Museum and Thursday at Lavington Library for the men to play cards and the women to do colouring and craft. We didn't create this divide, it's how they divided themselves up from the beginning. But sometimes we were able to tempt the men to join in on the craft activities that piqued their interest, particularly if it had to do with gardening. Unexpectedly, sometimes they would also take the opportunity to go shopping, especially as the participants grew older, mobility became more of a challenge, and the library was close to the shopping centre. A lot has come out of this program. The participants barely spoke English, but we were able to share their lives. They were able to share out their lives with us. We had the privilege to be led into their community and gather their stories, from something as simple as putting a booklet together so they could share with each other what they were doing during COVID lockdown, to being part of many exhibitions on our community wall and other exhibition spaces within the libraries. We were able to collect oral histories, photographs, personal objects, and the museum aspect of our service has incorporated some of their stories into our permanent gallery exhibition at Bungarra Water. Craft was a major element in this group, and in 2025, one of the highlights was the opportunity to do some cross-cultural weaving with some of the Wiradjuri community members. The women were able to weave together, sharing their different traditional weaving techniques, and their creations were proudly displayed at the Library Museum. This program could only be made possible with the assistance of the volunteers, transport, and someone to help translate. Although there is a lot we can communicate without words. It was sometimes nice to see the participants who could make it their way to the library. They would come and borrow books or engage with council services, sometimes just using sign language, or others would send their families to come and do that for them because they knew that they could. I forgot to add tertiary tips to this slide. So I'll talk about the next two programs together, which is conversational English and tertiary tips. These programs were held independently in the library, sometimes without us knowing they were there, so they were a bit covert. VRB paired up a suitable volunteer and a new community member who arranged a time for both of them to come to the library. While there, they would practice their English skills and also be helped to navigate life in a new country. Conversational English focused on English basics, whereas tertiary tips had the added element of helping navigate higher education. What we found was that participants learnt that the library was a safe space. Not only could they come there for their sessions, but they could come with their children to play or borrow beginner readers, access computers, borrow from the languages section, particularly picture books that generally had both their language and English in them. And volunteers were crucial in this because they introduced each participant to the library team members, so they became familiar faces. They explained the services and programs, which helped many young families tap into our story times and other children's programming. It was always good to see at school holidays the diverse number of people that we had, and some of the children didn't even speak English. The conversations to teach English also helped them to navigate the community spaces in general, and in ways that were only possible, in ways that was only possible to have in a library setting because they had no restrictions on time and they had no restrictions on accessibility. Oh, I actually skipped a slide, sorry. That's why I couldn't find the slide. So, homework help. Homework help has to be my favourite program, and it's very well attended. At one stage, we had so many participants, about 20 to 30 children, each paired up with a volunteer, so about 60 people within the library. So we had to expand it to 2 afternoons a week. This program started around 2016 in the Library Museum, but had low numbers to begin with. But once we realised that the participants were travelling in from the Lavington area, it was relocated to the Lavington Library and took off. Pairing children with a volunteer, this program helps primary school aged children with their homework, language skills, and often navigating a new and different school system and environment. Siblings would attend, and parents would wait in the library and sometimes bring their younger children to use the children's section of the library. One of the challenges was space. Lavington Library is our smaller branch, and with 40 to 60 people using all the desks and all the computer spaces, it was challenging for members of the public to come in and study. But generally people worked around this and were happy to see the library buzzing with so many children. Whoop. The outcomes were very positive. Children felt safe and engaged with the library, borrowing books and coming in to study after school. Families who attended the program also used the library more frequently, whether by borrowing or printing or other services. And it had a flow on to other children's programming and junior book club. Now, a lot has been achieved over the last 10 years with our cultural exchange program. We're proud of what we have achieved. However, in 2025, our partnership at VRB ended, and with it, most of our capacity to run the programs. But thankfully, Starts was able to continue with our homework help, and we've been able to make connections also with Red Cross. And a final note, programming with refugees and migrants in our community has come with challenges. However, there is one thing that will always stick with me from a community member. He thanked us just for being a library. He said in his country, they don't have libraries that are freely accessible to everyone, and how lucky he felt to be able to use one. It made me grateful to live in Australia, but also highlighted to me why library engagement with the community, the CAL community, is so important. Without it, they might not know that we exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. And our next speaker is Christine Bolton, who's the Library Services Manager at Wagga Wagga City Library. Christine will present on Wagga Wagga's innovative membership and engagement strategy and how they're connecting people who may face barriers to library participation. So over to you, Christine.
Hello, everyone. I'm just going to begin with the very vexed question about how many members we have, and then once you get down to active membership, how grim that looks. So we have 39% membership, but once we take into account whether or not those members are active or not active, it comes down to 25. So we've got a 15%, just to get to 50%, we have to bridge that gap. And how are we going to do it? Well, there are a number of ways. Yeah. Yay, I can do it. So with programs, through our programs, through Place, and then something that we're looking for called Desire Lines, which is, I'll get to a bit later. Okay, so this is One Book, One Wagga. You can see there that we had a lovely group of people that turned up for that event, and it was terrific. And there's Louise Milligan talking about her most recent book, Shelley Banks. And the way that we encouraged membership with that was if you were a library member, you could get a cheaper ticket. And so we did a little bit of a drive around that. And you know, that's just an example of a simple way that we can encourage the community to participate in membership. These are our book clubs. The book club's an interesting one because we have 53 active book clubs currently, and we have a collection of 300 items with those clubs. And I can look down here, it's sort of, this is very discombobulating. And we charge $440 for the membership per book club. And so that's essentially $3.60 for each person who belongs to book club. And for that, per month. And for that, they get access to 12 different book club tubs across the year. But it also generates over $23,000 worth of funding for the library. And so this particular program is completely self-sustaining, but also feeds in, you know, provides other funding for other library programs. And so the way that we drive membership here is that the club has its own membership, but then every member within the club also has to be a library member. So that means that we're looking at nearly, you know, with those 53 members, 530 memberships there through Book Club. And Book Club is a growing and vital part of our library service. And there you can see that's our annual We Read the Book trivia, literature trivia competition that we have every year. We have a trophy, and every book club wants to get their name on the top of that. This is Language Cafe. Language Cafe runs at the library 3 times a week. We have 45 volunteers who assist our learners who come from multicultural backgrounds to learn English. And again, we are driving membership by every session. One of our officers will come into at the end of the session and help newcomers join the library and learn how to use our apps and access digital materials. And that's just part of the service that we run on a regular basis. And these are our under 5s. So that's a lovely photograph of a story time that we recently ran in the art gallery with Hosie's Essences exhibition. And again, we're driving membership because we're encouraging everyone that comes to any of our programs to be a member and to join up. And so what happens is when they go to book into a program, if they're not a member, they get directed to our membership form where they can join up, use their temporary membership to then book into the program. So that's just another way of driving membership. This is Sal and Val. That's our suburban Agile Library service and our village Agile Library service. And it's an Oveco Daily C. And we have 2 of them, and they're very busy all the time in our villages and our suburbs. In 2022, we adopted this model. We had been serving 4 villages. Now we serve 12 pull-up sites in our suburbs and 9 villages on a regular basis with our 2 vehicles. And this is just a pull-up site for a sunshine story time in a park in Turvey Park. This is a pop-up that we held at the university, CSU University, and there's a couple of new members. It's just great to have a small vehicle that can basically arrive anywhere, open its wings and have a library service. This is another example of a program that we're running out at Ku-ring-gai and some of our community members. I don't have any pictures of this because it's this is a different service, a very discreet service that we're running with a group called 54 Reasons. And we run that at two suburban sites with very low socioeconomic population. And at that site, we have all of the people that come along to that site are basically children under 12, so unsupervised without parents. And so joining them up's a problem for us. We might remove those barriers, look at removing those barriers. And then we'll, the 54 Reasons have social workers there, and so they support us, and we're kind of the fun element of that. They also have food and a range of other activities go on, but it's a terrific way to engage with other professionals in providing a service. And this is just a small, discreet program called Leaps and Bounds, which is out at our village halls. This is Takata, I'll get quick. And we pulled up here one Sunday afternoon, and inside we had the Acacia Quartet, which was a lovely program. And here's some more lovely ladies, the uke mamas. We bought 30 ukuleles and took them out to 4 villages, and it was terrific. It also really encourages intra-LGA travel, so that's great. And there's a veggie plot in one of our local village halls. So there's some membership data you can see there by actually going to place and going out and visiting people where they are. We've managed to increase from 24 to 26 the actual members in those places by significant numbers there. The biggest being Gobagombalan, which is one of Wagga's newest suburbs, with a rise of 72% membership, which is pretty awesome. And then this is Val. You might think Galore is failing. I just want to say Galore has a population of 70 people, so a 5% rise was great. And then desire lines. This was something that was straight in front of our faces that I only realised late last year and went, we can do something about this. For those of you who don't know what a desire line, it's the place where people walk off the beaten path in any public space, and they make the track that they enjoy. And there it is, the family library card. We had so many mums and dads who were joining up and borrowing on their own card and not having enough space and not wanting the complexity of having multiple cards that we invented the family card. The family card essentially was launched in Feb of this year. It assumes 4 members. We've had 98 of those cards issued, and you get 60 items per card. And this is just a short video, because while it's really important to think about all of our stats and all of the wonderful things that we're doing, I think sometimes just meeting a member and learning how much our library services can do for them is a really powerful thing. So please meet Dharawal.
های چانن از دلالم از کچکی زیمش عراقی 2022 سال نصرانه. Hello, I'm Dalal. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Iraq, Yazidi woman. So in 2014, we had to leave home, and then we moved to Turkey in 2015, and then I lived there for 7 years, and in 2022, I came to Albury. So, you know, it's hard because like always you have to change languages, and which it happened with me in high school, and I changed it from Arabic to Turkish, and when I started I couldn't speak any Turkish. And I studied my high school for 4 years, and I was on the side helping my family with translation with doctors and the other stuff. And when I finished my high school, like 1 month after, Australia called me to come here, and I've waited for it like nearly 7 years, and I was so excited to come to Australia. I came to Wagga Wagga with my family and my 5 siblings and with my grandmother. So we came to Wagga Wagga, and you know, when we go to TAFE, we did our exams, and then they told after 2 weeks it's gonna be holiday, you have to wait for like next term. And the Red Cross like told us there's a school language cafe if you wanna like start. And we came to like library, and I came to language cafe it was Monday, Wednesday and Saturday with my family, my dad and my other siblings. We wanted like to come regularly. And I met Masa out there, and she was speaking like Turkish, and she said, you're gonna be fine and you're gonna do it okay. And my dad, he's still coming, after 2 years, he's still coming to Language Cafe, and he don't wanna miss any days. So this one is my grandmother traditional coffee, which she, like in our religion, they've been using it for like thousands of years. Yeah. This one is my grandmother's belt. They like use it as a belt to here, and they also use it as a bag. And they put in like money and the stuff they need for their daily life. So this one is my suit from like my high school graduation. I wore it at my high school graduation, and I brought it here because it's significant to me, and I want to wear it when I will graduate from like uni, of course if it's fit. So I joined a youth multicultural group to the start at Wagga Library City, and we did very different courses, which it was photography, drama, it was guitar, drums. We did sometimes poetry, filmmaking, which is this stuff like art in general is really important for youth. Yeah, so I really like reading books, and I bought a lot of books from library. First, I started with Australian history because I'm interested and I want to learn about the history of the country. And then when I was looking at the books, I'm making sure I look at every part. And I looked at the Arabic section and I saw like Elif Shafak book, and I really was surprised. Because, I read that book in Turkey, like when it was COVID in 2020. And when I saw it, and I took a photo and sent to my friend, you remember that we read that book? And she was also happy. How you have these books? I told her, like, we have many books in different languages at Wagga Library. I really want to go to uni to become, make a career that they've been dreaming of. And I always wanted to be a music teacher, and because, I really like music, and I'm taking a course, guitar course and a violin course through the Maribyrnong Conservatoire. First, when I came to Wagga, it was my first place in Australia. It was Wagga, and I found everyone's really friendly. I tried to find why, because when you go to the street, they say, oh, good morning, hello, they're laughing. I really like that. I like my journey. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you, and I just want to say that Dharawal has just been accepted into the University of Victoria in Maribyrnong to study music. Go Dharawal.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. It's just a real privilege to work in this team and get to hear about all this inspiring work happening at our libraries. We don't have any time for questions, but I'm sure Chrissy and Cecilia would be very happy for you to contact them. So, handing over to Andrea.
Okay, thank you, Michael, and thank you to our previous speakers. So we're now moving on to our section, which is about buildings and spaces. Public libraries provide spaces for people to learn, read, create, connect, access collections, programs, technology, and of course, community services. And so in this session, we're going to explore how library spaces and buildings help meet community needs, shape the library experience, and create opportunities for those things such as learning, creativity, participation, and connection. As communities change, libraries must support more users, activities and services while making the best use of available space and resources. So in this session, we're going to consider how spaces support our services and community outcomes, how they can respond to changing needs, and how evidence and data can guide future planning. So our guest speaker today is Annie Hensley, who is the principal at FJC Studio and co-author of People Places, which is our guide to planning public library buildings. And today she's going to, amongst other things, explore the role of outdoor library spaces and what makes them successful and how they can connect and complement indoor library spaces. So welcome, Annie.
Thank you so much. I see quite a lot of familiar faces with some of the libraries that I've designed over time, the most recent being with Alyssa at Liverpool. And I'm working again with, it's two more, thank you. With Cameron and Kate on some more reviews of People Places, just to make sure that the calculator's working well, doing a lot of benchmarking, but they said at the time, would you mind also just looking at open spaces as well, because we think that they might be quite important to libraries. And I said, absolutely they are. And so I've begun a large benchmarking of international and national open spaces in libraries, and guess what, there are quite a few. And I'm just going to show you some of them today. But also just to say that really there have always been open spaces with libraries. So all the way back to monastic libraries, this beautiful one in Dubrovnik, Croatia, where always there was this contemplative space that was part of a monastic library, very much like the cloisters that you see, with a lot of churches. And it's something that I think what's happened is it went from very much having open spaces as part of libraries through these periods, and then it became very introverted for a while, but now there's this renaissance in open spaces, and people are really beginning to understand how important they are for well-being, for choice of setting, etc. And if you've ever visited this one, the Wren Library and the Neville Courtyard at Trinity College in Cambridge, it is a stunning space, but it really does sort of reflect the aspiration and exclusivity of this particular library. You can't walk on it. It's only the dons are allowed to walk on it. I'm sure John Cleese would have done a fantastic thing of doing everything but walking on it. It's a great skit if you ever see it. But also, the cloister continued to be, not so authentically, but this beautiful courtyard of the Boston Public Library. Doesn't really have much to do with the actual library, but it's a beautiful event space, lots of weddings, and really very iconic in Boston. So as libraries became less monastic and more public, it did become clear that their civic role was important, both for public libraries and campus libraries, and some of the most iconic ones are also in the States, in New York, the Columbia Library steps. And they are central to the campus life, to ceremony, but also day-to-day use. And the front steps of a library, or the front plaza of a library, is really somewhere where you go to meet people. It can be about more formal events, but it's about civic gathering. And then, of course, how many movies were there on the New York Public Library stairs? I'm sure there's a few Woody Allen ones, which I couldn't find, but this beautiful picture from the 50s or 60s. People just gathering in more recent times. But I think one of the really interesting things is libraries as democratic spaces are often the point of gathering for dissent and for protest. And I think that's just brilliant. And here we have a fantastic view of the open space in front of the New York Public Library, doing just that, being a place to express your opinions freely. And I gave a talk recently about some of the other libraries that have been so important in times of protest in the States as a point of refuge. But clearly, the creation of new civic precincts with libraries has been something for both urban regeneration and new spaces as generation. And I'm going to bring up my own library, Yelamundi Library, which began as a master plan with the library firmly embedded in a council tower. And we, during the competition, decided that the library shouldn't be embedded in the council tower, but should have its own identity. And this proved challenging later when the brief went from a 2,000 square metre library to almost 5,000 square metres, thanks Alyssa. But that was based on people, places, calculations. And so we tried very hard to keep both significant public open space, which is the frontage both to the library and to the council facilities, but then had to add a whole level of the library underneath the civic space. Please move on, which you can see here. And the reason we were so keen to have the library within a civic space where you could move around it and see it in the round was Liverpool has over 100 different languages. It needed to be incredibly legible as a library, we thought. From the street, as you walk through it, through the through-site links, and as you walk around, it self-advertises. You can see what's going on in the library. On multiple floors, almost like a doll's house. But at the same time, we did want to deliver really good public open space. And and worked with the events and community teams to make sure that we were benchmarking what could actually happen in these spaces on a daily basis for individual use, for small gatherings, and then for large civic events. And, you know, here's the opening on a 30-degree day, and we already had mature trees that we'd brought into the site, which I think people were very grateful for on the day. It was pretty hot. So I think it's been a very successful space. Stage 2 is now happening, so there'll be a university as part of this space as well. So it's really going to be brimming with activity. And it's also very important as social infrastructure with increasing density. There are just towers going up all around the library and more to come. Equally, the statement of civic uses in Fremantle, the Walyalup Civic Centre designed by Kerry Hill. You can see here that the open space, the civic through-site link and the building are all fully integrated. And Perth people love their outdoors, and they have wonderful events here. This sloping piece of land gets used for performances, for civic events, and it's been very successful in that way, I think. It's co-located clearly with the council facilities. But the library has its own lovely sunken courtyard. But this higher terrace that just allows you to watch the world go by and be part of civic space, to be part of the community. And look over the lovely church as well, and well worth a look. He's a really good architect, that one. I don't know whether Margie's here today, but Shell Harbour has delivered quite a few really good library and landscape spaces. This has won a lot of landscape awards. The Civic Centre, designed by Turf Design. It's centralised the council administration, merged in local history and museum, and of course the Shell Harbour Library. But very importantly, they went about some very significant placemaking before designing it, including a lot of engagement with the local Aboriginal communities, and they created the Yirran-Muru interpretive play space as part of it, which celebrates the creek lines of the Illawarra. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, Shell Harbour's a coastal town, and it's okay for people to get wet. But it's well activated at night as well. But what I love is that all the facilities sort of flank around the corner site, the corner landscape. And moving on to another one of ours, which was Bunjil Place, which was actually the largest piece of social infrastructure developed in Victoria for local government. It co-locates theatre, library, concert hall, gallery, council offices, and in its first year had 2 million visitors, which was quite extraordinary. Very importantly, it allows people to gather and have civic space, which they didn't have before. It's in Kath and Kim country and surrounded by the Fountain Gate Mall. And this open space has been quite extraordinary. It holds, they're very strong with their placemaking and programming for the space. They're always doing things, whether they're Indian festivals, whether it's food trucks, whether it's, the local AFL team coming in. And it's incredibly well programmed, also very accessible. They do all sorts of accessible events. But one of the nice things is it has that interrelationship with a shared foyer, which all of the facilities, including the library, come off. So when you do have those really inclement days, the foyer becomes an extension of the public open space, and people will spend all day there visiting various things and going to the cafe. And they'll have, with the gallery, they'll have some very large art installations, which are a lot of fun. They'll have film nights, Christmas events. It really does create a central heart for the community. A smaller version is the Perth City Library, another really good WA library that celebrates being in a civic space. Again, it's seen in the round. It's quite a small library, but it's the perfect little city library with its cafe out the front and then multiple levels that allow you to experience the city at different elevations. I'll come back to that one. And everyone would know the Dock 1 Library, one of the IFLA award winners. And I'm just showing this side of the building. It also flanks the coast on the other side. But it has integral civic spaces for performances and gatherings. If you have the space, why wouldn't you create these kind of spaces? But then, of course, it's really nice to create more green space if you can. The Pettiagaring place, I used to live in Marrickville and I just miss this library. But it's probably even a victim of its own success, I'd say. The turf gets a little threadbare sometimes, but it's enormously loved. It's got the cafe on the street level and then the smaller secluded park at the level of the ground level of the library. And there are a number of other open spaces as part of this, but it's a really good example of being able to just sort of walk out from your library into green space and enjoy the sunshine. And this is one we're working on for Wollongong City Council, and I think it's a really good example of doing options and then realising that the library can do more than just being a library. One of our options sort of spread across the site. This option actually identified that there was very little civic space in Morrawong, and we managed to convince council to not put a 150-place car park on grade. They were convinced, and turn it into a park instead. So this is over 1,500 square metres of parkland, right in the centre of Warrawong, and since then there's been an enormous master plan, so there's going to be a huge population growth. So just putting the library over 3 levels allowed us to also create the park, and it's in construction at the moment. But it's not necessarily only about just creating open space, it's about the pedestrian experience and what libraries can do in that way to activate the pedestrian experience and anchor, create an anchor on the street. As you know, Marrickville Library's got the fantastic cafe on Marrickville Road, but also a series of through-site links that go through the site to the residential, to the back, really celebrating its sustainable initiatives and the heritage of the old hospital. And Coffs Harbour, Urilla Place, also designed with an integral through-site link that allows you to go through the middle of the site to the back. So you can see in that plan, the bottom of the page is the main frontage, and the back of the page is a lovely little cafe courtyard that celebrates the fig tree, which is a very important tree to the local Indigenous people. And celebrating also the almost tropical climate that you get in Coffs Harbour. And what they achieved was a large through-site link that is connected over multiple levels, really celebrates shady spaces in hot tropical weather, naturally ventilated, and it takes you eventually up to a very lovely rooftop garden. I also think that you can't not mention the State Library of Queensland, which I think is one of the best designed libraries in Australia, or maybe the world. Every single orientation of the library takes advantage of the open space there, whether it's facing onto the river, whether it's facing over to Goma. And these undercroft spaces are fully activated at all times of the day and night. So even when the library's closed, you'll see people tapping away with their Wi-Fi in a safe space that's lit. Literally dozens of people still there when the library's closed. I'll show you a few other spaces, but each level also breaks out into this undercroft atrium space. And our little Surrey Hills Library also was designed around the open space of the street and the little pocket park. And what we were trying to do here was actually almost create a typical doll's house that opens up and you can see it on multiple levels. So the open space actually informed how the library was designed, and again, it's showcasing what goes on within the library and the community centre. And this wonderful sense of being, are you indoors or are you outdoors? This is the biofilter that allows all the air to pass through natural plants, and it actually increases oxygen. And I love this picture because some people are inside the library and some people are outside the library and they're all using the Wi-Fi. And just this idea of just creating that flexibility of settings that now most people are on their devices, they can go wherever they like. So let them, yeah. And our little Jindabyne library, again, a more residential style, or almost like a ski lodge with its veranda looking over the lake. I'm not sure it has been, because it's so remote, it's probably not as well programmed as we'd hoped. We were hoping there'd be deck chairs out there in summer and things. I'm not sure they've actually achieved that, but that's certainly something to think about with your open spaces, that, you know, to create a welcoming space, you do need to program a lot of them, and, you know, just purchase some deck chairs and put them outside. I know it's more to do, but it makes a huge difference. And Melton Library, here was a place where we got the most terrible sight facing out onto a loading dock from the local supermarket. So we actually had to create our own outlook. So we created this buffering veranda space that also has a kids' courtyard as part of it, that's secure and comes out from the kids' library. But it was such a catalyst that they then, as you can see, we went back and they're actually regenerating the entire street. It was such a good response from the public that now that's turning into the prime street, when before it had just been for loading woolies. And, you know, it has this really great indoor-outdoor kind of experience where you look over towards the open space rather than to the loading dock. And Craigieburn literally grew out of a cow pasture. There was nothing there originally. We had nothing to go on. There were no streets. Now it's fully developed. And again, I think this idea of creating these interstitial spaces, these spaces that create shelter and a point of gathering, are really important for communities, and libraries are the ones that can do that very easily. And now things are starting to grow, but it's now surrounded by malls and little boxes, and that sense of both being inside and outside. Back to the State Library with verandas. There are just verandas all the way around this building, taking advantage of the beautiful tropical landscape. This recent one, just talking about verandas, I've got so many to show, but I'll try and make it brief. Where are we up to? This is Gilgandra, and it was an existing street frontage building that was renovated, and a community centre was put on the back. But, you know, Australians love their verandas, and why not have them? And these verandas, again, can be used with or without the centre being opened. And it creates so much amenity. It creates covered linkages between the various parts of the library and community centre. Really successful and really celebrating that sort of local character of the Aussie veranda. So I was really lucky to go to Barcelona. Unfortunately, not at the same time as Alyssa, but I can't go past talking about the Biblioteca Gabriel Garcia Marquez in one of the outer suburbs of Barcelona. And it's got this wonderful sort of periphery of seating steps that just people are sitting on all the time. It was actually not a very nice day. It was really cold when I was there. But then those warm community living spaces that are part of the outdoor space and the indoor space, and they're just fantastic. You can just look in and see people swinging around on those chairs. I haven't found a librarian in Australia who will do one of these yet. Too much swinging. But the role of being able to gather there, even if the library is closed, is really important, I think, with libraries. Yeah, it's very cool. And on the higher levels, there are all these lovely lounge spaces that look into the trees as well. And then, of course, there are all the libraries where you don't have to worry about people running away with a book, but I have heard librarians say, we'd be thrilled if someone would run away with a book. And I guess, you know, one of the things with open spaces now is that the majority of public libraries, you know, the cost of a book, the cost of a replacement of a book isn't so great anymore. And also, you know, you've got insurance for your computers. And I just feel that people have become a whole lot less precious about people walking outside and enjoying the outdoor spaces. And this little sunken courtyard, which I don't know whether the Liverpool librarians were entirely convinced by, has actually been really successful. I hear it still is. You know, people bring their lunches, even if they're not visiting the library, and it creates this fantastic backdrop to the whole courtyard level of the library. And it's sort of shady and cool. We've used local river species to sort of connect with country. And, you know, Liverpool can be 10 degrees hotter than the CBD, and it is a little cool oasis. And this, I think I just missed a picture there, but and this is the rooftop at Urilla Place as well. And even in small libraries, you can create fantastic open spaces. So there are terraced open spaces on this one. One is a multi-event space that really gets used very well. It's hideout. Like so, and you really feel like you're part of the city. It's about grounding yourself in place. And then it's got this lovely shady little children's courtyard, which is directly accessed from the children's library. Green Square, also a city plaza library, although you don't get to see everything that goes on in the library unless you stare down into the courtyard, but it's pretty cool. But the courtyard, the whole library floor is oriented around the round sunken courtyard, almost cloister-like, and it's used for sort of individual use and little programs. It's not a very big space. It's really only the size of a larger room, but so effective in getting that sort of sense of biophilia of being connected to daylight and landscape, even when you're a level below. And really nice to look at from above as well. It's a very cute little design. And this one's a little older, but I actually benchmarked this one for the early people places that we did over 10 years ago. This is Ku-ring-gai Library. I think I spelled it wrong, sorry. And again, a Queensland tropical environment with a landscape response to everything, to the roof, to the terracing, to the changes in level, to the sunken courtyard. And it's been very successful. I hear they've now put a few more shade elements in, but such a lovely tropical place where you can get outside and read a book in that sunken courtyard. And back to Maribyrnong Library in the kids area, which is just awesome. This was designed by Aspect, and you can only access this from the kids area. It's not a very big footprint, but designed to the nth degree with its kangaroo and its little shade structures. And I love the celebration of the tanks as well, you know, the sustainability of it. Yeah, really fun. I'm so annoyed I missed out on this with my kids. And this was an older one that we did when landscape spaces were starting to be accepted again. And it's a sensory garden with terraces and shade elements. And the Warilla Library, which has recently been completed by Brewster Horth. Interesting landscape on this one. I love all the decking and whatever, but nothing too much integrated, a few pots. And back to Shell Harbour with this awesome veranda. So if you have any veranda spaces, please take advantage of it. You know, that outlook is just fantastic. And this is the Missoula Library that also won an IFLA award. And I love this space. I think it comes off an event space, but the outlook from even though they have, you know, incredible changes in temperature being in Montana, look at that, isn't that just fantastic? So it's not only outlook, but it is that amenity of being able to get outside. I've just returned from talking to Cork City Library about their new library, and it's an existing space that has some terraces that look over the river and a 17th century fort, as you do. But those kind of ways of having people feel really proud of where they live through outlook and visibility of context. We also did that at Moe. I think it's really important in libraries just to say, that's a pretty good place we're in. And you get that also at Liverpool on all levels, and every person has their own personalised view looking around the library. So I'm sort of coming to the end here. There are some beautiful specialised spaces. As I said, every orientation of the State Library of Queensland looks at something. And this is the fantastic yarning circle, which lies on the path going back towards Goma. And it's integrated with their Indigenous library section. And it's just such a lovely space. It's just the ability to create multiple settings, outdoor settings as well as indoor settings, for all sorts of programs and individual use. The sky's the limit, really. And just thinking about what the internal use is and what external amenity could be provided, it's a great space. And this is the Queensland Terrace, which is entirely open to the elements on one side. It's got a mirrored ceiling, which allows you to not only see all the teapots that are actually all shelved on the sides, but also the canopies of the trees. And it's completely fresh air, and you can't close it off. So if it's pouring with rain, you enjoy it. It's a really great space, and I think this ability to just celebrate climate, even when it's hot and sticky, you can still get some fresh air there. I think the most important thing is to not be afraid for people to experience the outside. You can certainly work with architects and mechanical engineers to work out how you keep a nice internal environment while still being able to walk outside. It works very easily at Liverpool. But it's, I think it really is a renaissance now of open spaces with libraries. And the only thing that I would suggest is that you carefully consider it with your council colleagues to make sure that it's beautifully maintained. Because the saddest thing, and I've seen a few of them, are a great intention of a good courtyard just sort of left to rot. But, you know, if you show value to your customers of you know, these are spaces that we would like you to use, they will be used really well. That's it from me. I think I went faster than I imagined. Yeah, a little bit. But if you have any questions, please raise your hand. No. Okay. Maybe Alyssa could just talk about the courtyard and the plaza spaces.
I would say that it's time to update your photos because the courtyard at Yalamundi it's grown enormously, and that shade cover is complete now.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah, they're coming out.
So taking that, it's lovely when it starts, but it gets better. And that investment, we have been, yes, it is expensive to keep your gardens looking good, but it's been a very good investment for us.
Fantastic, yeah. And are there still events happening in the plaza space as well? Is it being programmed?
There are. I mean, for recent visitors, the university is moving in. University open days now are absolutely chaotic. and they totally take over that outdoor space.
That's so good.
It's wonderful. It's very vibrant.
Yeah.
It's a constant buzz, and it's a real. We see people that wouldn't come to the library. They're coming there to make use of the outdoor space because it's a nice spot to have their lunch, etc. And then they go, oh well, I'll go in and check out that weird round building as well. And so we're getting accidental visitation and new membership development that we wouldn't have if the library wasn't placed within a beautiful outdoor setting. It definitely, just getting them into the vicinity drives them into the building.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And when the uni's there, it will be even better. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The library's nicer than the university's library space. So, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Does anyone else have open spaces that are working for them well? Sadly, no. Oh, yes, yay.
Hi, I'm Caroline from Inner West. So Marrickville Library is ours. And in fact, we love our outdoor space so much that we're very protective about not programming it. Mm. And because everyone wants to program. Mm. So we have this clash between programming and how it works on the outside and then what people are coming to the library for. So noise problems. And so we really have to say no amplified music because we get a lot of complaints from people in the library, and also people want exclusive use of the outdoor space. And so we've become very good at saying no.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, so we just say
to be a more serene breakout from the library.
That's right, and we just want people to be able to come and enjoy the space and just sit and relax and not have heaps going on.
Yeah.
But yes, it's expensive to maintain, and they don't maintain it to the level that we want, and we're very good at pointing out where they've hacked our plants, so people have become interested in the garden as well.
Thanks, Caroline. I think that's it, but thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here, and I look forward to that all being part of the next People Places review. We'll all be in there, with areas and characters, so look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. So for our next two speakers are going to share... Sorry? We'll be sharing recent library projects, including the challenges, opportunities and lessons from creating new and upgraded spaces. We have two sets of speakers, and what we'll do is similar to our previous session, is we'll just reserve the questions for those until both people have spoken. And our first speaker is Joy Suleiman from Campbelltown City Library.
Hi everybody. I'd like to just begin by saying the story I'm going to share with you today is a story of Dharawal land and happens on Dharawal country. So I'd like to acknowledge the elders past, present and emerging, the continuing culture and storytelling and care of country that happens there. So this presentation is called Moving Campbelltown Library. And I wanted to focus on kind of what the experience of that was for us and what we learnt from our community as a result of that experience. But I need to start at the second Campbelltown Library, but the one we moved from. So if you have a look at that image, that's where we started. It really, I know a lot of us would have grown up with this kind of library, right? 1991 build, yeah? And it looks and feels on the inside like that outside would lead you to believe. Now, that's not a bad thing, right? I know, there's a bit of giggles and so on, but actually, it was safe, it was comfortable, it had lovely outlooks to open space. It was well maintained and it was much loved. So I'll just You know, I just let you know about that, and it was much loved by the community. Now, the other name for this library, the one that it's known by locally, is the H.J. Daly Library. That's actually its official name. So you'll see also, even though it said Campbelltown City Library on the front there, and we do refer to it as the Campbelltown Library now, it's also known as the H.J. Daly Library. And look, one of the reasons that the main reason we had to move, to be honest, is external factors. The piece of land that this library was located on was actually designated as the Macarthur Health Precinct, high-end health and jobs kind of area, so, you know, that was driving things. We also knew that eventually there would be a new big, large civic library in the Campbelltown CBD, but these two projects' timelines did not line up the way you would imagine. So the library that I'm going to talk to you about, the library we have moved to, is not meant to be your, 50, 60, 100-year library. It's your 10, 20-year library to get you to the next one. And as much as this library is very much loved, the location of it wasn't great. It was on the fringes of the CBD. It was a good hike from the train station, not a lot of bus routes going through, across the street from a huge, beautiful civic park, and not a lot else. So, yeah, there was a bit of accessibility. So, is that what you expect your CBD Civic Library to look like? Not really, hey? That's the main entrance to where we've moved to. And you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, right, challenge. Yes, very much a challenge. But let me tell you about one of the things we worked out. Location actually does matter, and it matters more than you think. And I'm going to tell you that you would swap your purpose-built library for this to get the outcomes that we have had for the community at this new location. Because this one is actually in a CBD right location. It backs onto one of the main CBD car parks. That's that entry there. On the other side, you walk through a little arcade from the main street of Campbelltown called Queen Street. It's about 400 metres to the train station, and in between is a huge bus interchange for the whole of the Campbelltown area. This used to be Spotlight. So this is a renovated commercial space, renovated retail space. Before that it was a Franklin's, and before that it was a department store. So it's definitely a retail space. So actually we've got some really simpatico neighbours, some really great neighbours. We've got a second-hand bookshop, and people initially were afraid, community in particular, that the library would kind of affect the bookshop's trade. Actually, the opposite is true, because as we all know, people who read books, buy books, borrow books, it's all the same people. So we grew the pie, right? There's an amazing barber called Paul who's been there for 35 years. His barber shop is textbook, red and white stripes, the full bonanza, and he introduced himself to me this way: "Joy, nice to meet you, I'm Paul, I'm the heart of this plaza." He really is. There was also a florist, a tabletops game shop, a craft store, a few other bits and pieces, and of course Lebanese pizza and cafes. Did I not write the cafes? But yes, there are cafes in this plaza. There's actually a large amount of parking available. So location matters, and our community told us so. And you know how we know? Because we've had a 60% increase in visitation. That's pretty good, right? So when I say you'd move your library to get a 60% increase in visitation, maybe you would. You might not choose the renovated Spotlight, but but you can work with what you've got, and that's what we've done here. Clever design matters. It's really interesting that I am speaking right directly after Annie, who talked about open space. We've got probably about this much window, I'm not kidding, and that's it, onto an alley. There's no 3,000 square metres, no natural light, no access to open space. Now, that's probably the number one complaint we get about the library. Having said that, praise versus complaints is 10 to 1. More people like what we've done in this space than are giving us criticism about it, and that's because we've done some clever design. So I'm going to say that what matters is to make the most of what you have. Celebrate what it is you have. Go hard. So we have adaptive reuse of an existing building. So we lent into that. And we were lucky, our architects are Lacoste and Stevenson in this case. Very constrained budget, so we lent into that. So, you know, as part of that adaptive reuse look and feel, we've got a mix of furniture. We didn't buy all new furniture. All new shelving, yes. All new furniture, no. We brought about 60% of the existing furniture with us. And so clever design that makes it work and that really just focuses on a few key elements and makes the space feel good for people to be in. And we're starting simple and we're starting to layer as we go. And that commitment to that totally industrial look and feel, and it's from everything from leaving, we didn't actually have much choice to be honest, but you can see all the services are exposed in the ceiling. A beautiful stairwell through the middle of the building is blockwork because this library is over 2 levels and has 2 entrances. So yeah, clever design matters. People notice it and they feel it. The other thing is that in Campbelltown, we don't have anything else that looks or feels like this library. No one else is doing adaptive reuse and industrial look and feel in Campbelltown. It's either new or they knock it down. That's how that town operates. So this was really different, and people have commented on it. People have said to me, "This feels like the inner city, Joy." I'm like, great, right? And people enjoyed. We did a lot of work around intentional spaces, and this is we defined 2 zones, upstairs and downstairs. This picture is taken upstairs. You'll notice there's like a cool green kind of colour at work in there, whereas the previous picture is the downstairs, which is like, you know, those bright oranges and pinks and stuff. So upstairs is our quieter area, downstairs is our very active customer service and children's and so on. And so people just get it and use the spaces that way, and it actually has saved us a lot of hassle with talking to people about noise and stuff. The noisy stuff is downstairs, the quiet stuff is upstairs, job done. And I call it the vibe shift. I get to the top of the stairs and I go, "Hey, do you feel that? Do you feel the vibe shift?" Youth have spaces on both levels. Downstairs in the collection is the fiction and the graphic novels and the more active space. Upstairs, it's a study area with booths and all of the student resources. We also have meeting rooms and group study rooms, and I think a few people earlier today talked about membership. Here's a hot tip: if you want to drive your membership, put in some study rooms and make young people take out a library membership to book them for free. Watch your youth membership rise. They would get a library card to use a study room, and once they've got a library card, they will start borrowing too. So, yep. But we also have lots of little spots throughout the space. So spots to read, spots to work, spots to relax, spots to be in the action or out of the way. There's this little corner that I have no idea why anyone would want to sit in it. People fight over it. Everyone's got their spot. And finally, something that's really, really important to the people of Campbelltown, I'm going to tell you, is places to play. And this is like really huge in all of our libraries, from chess clubs to Dungeons and Dragons to social Scrabble. Doesn't matter what age you are, you can find a program or someone doing something. You can join a group just to relax and enjoy games and play. So we've got the giant chess, which we put up for International Games Month in November, and it's still there because it's been so popular. There's people playing chess just about all the time in our libraries. We've got a multi-purpose space. We've got different areas and zones within your children's area. We've got a great creative studio with the 3D printing and all of the and a laser cutter and all of your media production tool sets. But the really interesting thing is that when we kind of put the play into the spaces, people turn up and do their own thing. There's groups of people coming in every day and doing tabletop gaming. There's groups of people coming in and playing computer games together and role-playing games and cards and Dungeons and Dragons. They just turn up and do this in this library in large numbers. And I think it's because the invitation to play is in the library itself, in the way it's set out and the way it looks and feels. So that was something that really mattered to our community, and that's something we made sure we did. And finally, something that this library service does, which I am so proud of and which is the strength and hallmark of the team, is the commitment to community and to care. And the customer service at this library and at all of our libraries in Campbelltown, across all 4 of our libraries, is incredible. And I think people really feel that. And so when we were understanding what were we going to take from the old library to the new library, we didn't just talk about the furniture and the collections and so on. We actually talked about our values and our customer service and our commitment to our people. How would we understand what that meant to the community, and how would we be able to continue that same customer service and that same level of commitment and care to community at the new location and build on it from there. We have an incredible JP service. I don't know if anyone else has got one that operates 3 hours a day every single weekday. It's a good commitment. They see about 30 to 40 people every single day. But also we did things like put in a community kitchenette and parent area, which you can see in that photograph. People really like that, even if they never use it. They like that we thought of it. They like that we trust them with it. And people do use it. But it's a nice touch, and it tells people, you're welcome here. This is where life happens. And another little really easy way to show that you care is, you know, things that people like. So we have whiteboards everywhere, and people use them and write on them and leave us messages on them and draw us pictures about what they're doing in the library. And actually, the other day I came across a little communication channel where someone had said, my name's Layla, I really love coming to the library to read, and other people had started to respond to Layla with their own comments. So, yeah. So little things like whiteboards everywhere and texters around says we care. Finally, it was really important to make sure that we had our memories represented in this space, the memories of the old library and the memories of our community. So we had a really intensive program with our staff to collect those memories. We made videos, we had photographs, we talked to the community, we documented what we were doing at the old site. And we did a bit of, you know, this library is called the H.J. Daly Library. Harley Daly, who this library is named after, is actually a man of incredible community service. He was the general manager for over 35 years in Campbelltown. He's also a decorated war veteran, and his family is still in the community. So we held an event where we actually closed Queen Street and a community event where we handed the medals through a march through the hands of literally hundreds of members of the community from their old home to their new home at the new library, and that was very special for a lot of people. But of course, actually what really matters to our community is our staff. The welcome they receive, the love they feel, and the care they feel when they walk through the doors. So when you're doing something like this, it's actually, you know, it's not a fancy new library. And in fact, you probably noticed I never once in this presentation did I say we built a new library or it's a new library. I just said we moved a library, because you can't say that's a new library. But what you can say is it's the same library with the same heart, just in a new place. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joy. Our next speakers are from Singleton. We have Kylie and Nicole from Singleton today to come.
How to move this thing? You just push that. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm honoured to be here to represent the Singleton Library, and thank you for asking me to present about this project, which is... So I would like to start by paying acknowledgement to the Wonnarua people, which is the traditional custodians of the land on which the Singleton Library is, and also where I live. So this is our beautiful Singleton Library. It, in 2024, when we did this project, had just turned 20 years in this space. It was the brainchild of our previous library manager, Robin Tonks, who did a lot of advocating and work to get us from another library, which is now a childcare centre, to this space. and we're very grateful to her for that work. So the Singleton population is around 24,500. It's projected to be around 27,500 by 2031. So we're not a huge community, and we're just a single branch library. The space that we have is 1785 metres squared, so it is quite a big space for the population that we serve. And we get that comment a lot when people come in and are amazed how big the space is. So within the library we have 2 meeting rooms and a training room for hire. We have a group study room and a quiet study room which people can use. We have a dedicated local history room, and we have a climate controlled archives room, so it's pretty special. We also have foyer gallery space. You can kind of see from that photo that it is actually based on an open book. So the sides on this side are the pages of the book, and then the spine around the back, which for people like me who like to line things up can be quite challenging. Nothing can be in a straight line when everything's round. But anyway, we make it work. So this is what the interior of our library looks like after a project that we did. We did painting internally and externally, and we featured the red, which is part of the Singleton Council logo. So you can see we've genreified our collection. We've got the majority of our children's collection and our fiction and young adult fiction on the left-hand side, and our non-fiction runs along the right-hand side. And we have actually integrated our public access computers for a couple of reasons. It gives people a bit of privacy, but it also, we're hoping that they'll look around and see what books are around them as well while they're there, so a bit of promotion as well. So we have really great bones, but unfortunately over the years, furniture had broken. We tried to replace things, so there was mismatched, damaged. Some of it was technically gross. Like I wouldn't sit there. And some of it was still 20 years old from when the library had opened. So, I mean, that shows how hardy the furniture is, but still needed to be replaced. I've got some images to show you of what we were working with. We didn't have much furniture either, so it's quite sparse. But I'll just click through these quickly. Oh, I don't know what happened in that one. Yeah. Oh, okay. And these give me a bit of anxiety about how bad it had gotten. So it's just very mismatched. Nothing really went together. Furniture was very cumbersome to move, and in our space we're moving furniture around 2, 3, multiple times a day for our program, so it was not user-friendly either. And that's some of the 20-year-old furniture, very corporate looking. And sometimes we were so desperate that we would take out indoor furniture outdoors because we just had nothing left. Okay, so we obviously had a problem that we wanted to solve. We needed to revamp the space. So I literally spent weeks, months just sitting in the space. So I went out and worked in the space and observed how people were using it. How were they using it? And then I also engaged with them to find out how they wanted to use it, what would make it better for them. What I observed was that people were coming for short periods of time. There was nothing comfortable. We have no power, so people would come with their laptops and not be able to power their laptops. So it was a short stay type situation. Yeah, no comfortable seating and no flexibility. So we did some research and we looked at the guidelines from the State Library. And the principles that we came up with for our project was that we needed each piece to be mobile. So everything is either on wheels or has a sled base so that it's easily movable. Not just us, but also the patrons coming in just move things wherever they want, and that's great. Everything is vinyl fabric, so that it can be cleaned and hopefully lasts as long as possible. And people don't even notice. When I mention that, they're like, wow, really? So you can't even tell that it is vinyl. And we considered the purpose of the furnishings in each space. So we had zones that we were looking at how to furnish. And we were very lucky to receive a library infrastructure grant to be able to do this project, because I calculated at the rate that we were replacing furniture, it'd probably take about 20 years to do everything that we were able to accomplish, and then we'd probably have to start all over again. So I set our team an impossible task, which was to do this in one day. So we closed the library for one day. It was 4 trucks, including a semi-trailer, and 244 pieces of furniture. And this is us, very quickly learning how to flat pack tables. It was definitely a crash course in how to do that. And we had a somewhat military precision plan. We were open until 7 o'clock the evening before, so we couldn't move anything until the morning. And the plan was that we were moving everything out before the truck arrived, but of course the truck arrived early. So very quickly we changed our plan, split into 2 teams, and half of our team was moving furniture out the back door, while the other half was moving the new furniture in the front door. And here's some photos of what we have now. So you can see from the windows there, we've got the beautiful natural landscape, and that's what we referenced and used in our furniture colourings and choices. So there's a lot of blue, green and natural colours in everything that we picked. And some before and after photos. The before photos are not professionally taken, as you can see, but it gives you an idea anyway. So this is our children's area. One of our congregating areas, I guess. We have 2 of these areas where we've strategically moved the books to have a bit of a meeting space, and it's based around a meeting place. So, and they're very popular. That's always where people are. A lot of our groups meet in those spaces. That's what our study back of this library area looks like now, and I absolutely love the Tetris tables. They're my favourite. That's our youth space, and the day that the photographer came, I was not there, and that brown lounge that's there is not supposed to be there. It's out of place, which annoys me a lot, but anyway, it gives you an idea. And actually I went to Switch at Coffs Harbour and noticed how they had their chairs all facing the outdoors, and so I went back and all of our chairs now face the outdoor area, so people like to sit there and have a look outside. We've got all of these study areas that people can sit and different seating options, so they mix and match whatever they want to use. And we have that desk there was the only one that had power, so there was a fight over it. So we now have multiple of those high tables and chairs facing out for people to sit and study. That's some more of those. That's our local history room now. So we observed that lots of people were needing to do research for long periods of time but not having anywhere nice to sit, so we gave them a nice booth. That's our outdoor reading lounge, foyer, and every table has power integrated into it. So we actually did that as a project after the fact. We got a local electrician to come in and insert these. But I do notice now that you can buy the desk with the power in there, so they obviously have that as an option now. There's no photos of our study spaces because no matter how many times I counted, once, twice, 3 times, I missed a couple of desks in the original allocation, so we had to order some more and do that later. And part of the project also was to update our signage, both internally and externally, because it was quite faded and you couldn't see. The wayfaring sign now, a lot of people now don't have to come in and ask us where the council building is, because we used to get a lot of questions about that because we're right next to it. And our next project. So we have just been successful with another library infrastructure grant. And we are replacing our 8.3 metre front desk there, which is decorated for Halloween. So we'll be replacing that with 2 smaller purpose front counters, and we're putting all of our shelving up on wheels to increase the flexibility again. I think that's it. That's me if anyone has any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for either Joy or Kylie? Yes. Well, I'd like to thank both Joy and Kylie for their sharing their insights and experiences in the renovations and the moving of both of their libraries. We're just about to move to lunchtime, and I've just got a little reminder that if anyone had put in for a dietary requirement, that we do actually have them there over on the side. But before we go to lunch, we would like to have as many people as possible to star in a photo for our Instagram and for Caroline. So if everybody who would like to be in a photo just before you go to lunch could just jump down the front, we'll just take a really quick snap. And otherwise, we'll be back here at 2 o'clock.
Everybody, just start. We're already a minute over. Okay. Hello, everyone. I think we'll just get started. So hopefully everyone outside can hear us talking. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to everyone joining us online. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Abby Dawson, and together with my colleague Alan Forsyth, we will be introducing this afternoon's session, which is all about collections. At the heart of every public library is its collection. It is where people encounter stories, ideas, information, and local memory, and where many of our programs, services, and community connections begin. This session explores how libraries can build, collect, and connect library connections so they remain relevant, representative, and actively used by their communities. So why do collections matter? Collections support literacy, learning, information access, and community participation. They underpin many of the services that libraries provide and are the most visible and valued assets libraries offer their communities. Research consistently shows that borrowing materials and accessing collections remains the primary reason that people use public libraries. While libraries provide a broad range of programs, spaces and services, collections remain at the heart of the public library experience and one of the most enduring services that libraries provide. Every library has a collection, but the collections with the greatest impact do not happen by chance. They are deliberately developed, maintained and renewed, and connected to people through the expertise of library staff. Today we will explore 3 connected ideas that sit at the centre of strong collection practice: building collections that meet community needs, collecting local stories and community memory, and connecting people with the information, knowledge and experiences held within collections.
Together, these areas of practice help ensure collections remain relevant, valued, and actively used by the communities that they serve. I will begin with the first of these, building collections that are large enough, diverse enough, and responsive enough to meet the needs of our communities. A strong collection provides choice. It offers different perspectives, a variety of formats, material for different reading levels and abilities, and a broad range of subjects. It provides diversity by ensuring a wide range of voices and experiences are represented. It provides quality by giving people access to resources that are current, relevant, and useful. And it provides both breadth and depth. Breadth means there is something for everyone, and depth means people can continue exploring topics and interests beyond the first book or resource that they encounter. The challenge is that communities are diverse. Libraries serve children, young people, families, students, older people, researchers, new arrivals, and people with a wide range of interests, experiences, and information needs. A collection that is too small to meet the expectations a collection that is too small struggles to meet the expectations of its community. When choice becomes limited, people are less likely to find what they need. Popular items can dominate purchasing decisions, leaving less room for broader representation and discovery. Over time, community engagement can decline because users feel the collection no longer offers anything new or relevant. Many library staff describe this as a collection becoming read out, where community members feel they've already seen everything on offer. When that happens, libraries can find it more difficult to attract new members, retain existing users, and support the programs and services that depend on strong collections. Choice ensures that there is something for everyone and means community members can find resources that reflect their interests and needs. Collections also help people see themselves, understand others, and explore new experiences. The concept of collections as windows, mirrors, and doors, developed by Rudine Sims Bishop, provides a useful way to think about this. Consider collections as mirrors that reflect our own experiences, identities, and communities, windows that allow us to see the lives and perspectives of others, and doors that invite us into new worlds, ideas, and possibilities. A strong collection provides all three and ensures people can find resources that reflect their own experiences while also broadening their understanding of the world. Okay. So how do we build collections that genuinely meet community need? The key is intentional development. Strong collections do not happen by accident. They are shaped by evidence, community understanding, and ongoing review. This work is more important than ever, as AI increasingly influences the creation and distribution of information and resources. Intentional collection development helps ensure collections remain relevant, trustworthy, and responsive to community needs. The first step is understanding the community. Who lives in your area? What languages are spoken? What age groups are growing? What interests and needs are emerging? Demographic information provides valuable insights, but so do conversations with community members, feedback from library staff, borrowing trends, and local knowledge. Building collections also involves balancing two important responsibilities. On one hand, libraries need to respond to demand. If people want particular authors, subjects, or formats, we need to provide them. On the other hand, libraries also have a responsibility to provide diversity and representation. Collections should expose people to new ideas, different perspectives, and resources they may not otherwise encounter, and strong collections include both. Collections can only remain relevant if they are regularly reviewed and renewed. Circulation statistics, turnover rates, reservation data, and usage trends can help identify where collections are performing well and where investment may be needed. There are also some useful questions every library can ask. Who are we serving? Who might be underrepresented? What is missing? And does our collection genuinely reflect our community? These questions encourage us to move beyond assumptions and think strategically about collection development. So what would you do if your collection is not large enough or diverse enough? The good news is that strong collections are built over time. Few libraries can transform their collection overnight, but consistent, evidence-based improvements can make a significant difference. Start by understanding your current collection, its size, composition, turnover, age and level of diversity. This helps identify where investment is needed most. From there, focus on priorities. You may find high demand areas with limited choice, gaps in particular formats, underserved audiences, or opportunities to strengthen digital collections. Regularly review your collection development policy, selection guidelines and profiles. Work with your library vendors to broaden selection beyond bestsellers to ensure what they supply meets your community needs. Small, targeted improvements made consistently over time can significantly strengthen collections and better meet community needs. And now I'll hand over to Ellen. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. One area where public libraries play a unique role is local studies. Local studies collections preserve the present, the history and culture, and identity and memory of communities. They capture stories and records and experiences that may not be collected anywhere else. Without local studies, many aspects of community history could simply be lost. Traditionally, this work has focused on materials such as historical photographs, newspapers, maps, local publications, and oral histories. These resources remain incredibly important, and libraries continue to play a vital role in collecting and preserving them. However, libraries have an equally important role in documenting contemporary stories and experience. Think about an informed representative selection of information about your community so that there is deliberate inclusion of everyone. It is about privileging ordinary stories. The stories and information created now are the historical record for future generations to rely on. Libraries have an opportunity to document contemporary community life. For example, what are the major events shaping your community today? Whose stories are being told? Whose voices are represented and whose are excluded? And what voices and stories might otherwise be overlooked? Libraries can start with modest initiatives that document community life in simple and meaningful ways. One example is the 12 Photograph project, where libraries document contemporary community life through images. It's a relatively small initiative which creates a valuable historical record, capturing a snapshot of a community in a particular time. And it's happening across New South Wales now. This is part of local studies training being provided by Michael Adams and myself. This came from an analysis of the local studies survey data that I did, and a big thank you to everyone who completed this last year for your libraries. But other examples of library staff creating content could be collecting oral histories from residents of all ages, not only the older ones, documenting significant local events and the usual look of your area, as this will change over time, inviting community contributions of photographs and stories, making sure that you're seeking representation from all areas and people, and capturing change in a built environment over time or in the soundscapes of an area. Local studies is strongest when it's inclusive, diverse and representative of newer as well as older residents, and when the collection is developed with the community, so it can be well used by the community. But why does connection matter? Even the strongest collection only creates value when people discover and use it. Readers' advisory and reference and information services help connect communities and collections. Readers' advisory services connects people with books, authors and topics they may not have found on their own and across the whole library collection. And this can happen through a conversation at service desk, a curated reading list, enhanced catalogue records, a book display, a promotion as part of an event, or a reading challenge. The aim is not to tell people what to read, but to give them possibilities, to encourage discovery and to help people connect with the collections in a meaningful way. And it can be a really effective way of making all of your collection work harder. And also, there are connections with reference services. Whether someone's researching local stories, looking for health information, applying for jobs, or learning a new skill, skilled library staff play a critical role in helping people find reliable resources held within the collection. This can be seen by data collected quarterly as part of the inquiry completion rate data collection, and a big thank you to everyone who participated in the data collection using Gimlet. I've still got a bit of analysis to do on that. Together, Readers' Advisory and Reference and Information Services, including local studies, bring collections to life.
They help people discover what is available, access what they need, and use collections with confidence. Whether we're helping someone find their next read, research a topic for an assignment, learn a new skill, or access trusted information, we are connecting people with knowledge, stories, and resources held within library collections. So, in conclusion, from Abby and I, strong collections do not happen by accident. They're built through intentional collection development, supported by a strong collection plan. And they help to preserve a community memory and are connected to people through discovery, guidance, and expertise. Strong collection practice starts with building collections that are relevant, representative, and sufficiently resourced to meet community need. It continues through developing collections that preserve local studies information while also documenting the stories and the experience of communities today. And it reaches its full potential when libraries connect people with these collections through discovery, guidance, expertise, and engagement. And when libraries build, collect, and connect collections well, they strengthen not only their collections, but the communities which they serve. Now, we're going to now hear from library staff who are putting these ideas into practice. First up, please join me in welcoming Sonia Wilkins from Inverell Library.
Good afternoon. I'm Sonia Wilkins. I'm the manager at the Inverell Shire Public Library, and I'm going to talk to you today about how we build and develop our collection. And I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and talk to you today. And watching the slides from the previous presentation, I'm like, oh, we're doing that. So, Inverell is right at the top of the state and is inland. We've got quite a large physical area with a fairly small population, but we do have significant positive growth. Our demographics show us that we've got an older and younger than national average population. We've got lower levels of advanced education, higher unemployment, and lower income than the national average. We do have a council that is in a strong long-term financial position, and it achieves high community satisfaction and quality of life scores. Distance, a CIFA Decile 2 ranking, and connectivity gaps all influence our collection development decisions. We are a standalone single council operated library. We do have a cooperative membership with some of our neighbours to share some resources, mostly digital these days. Our membership is quite low. It's about 22-23%, but our members borrow really heavily. So our 4,100 active members do more than 120,000 annual loans, which is 6 to 7 loans per capita. Our council provides us with a core collections funding of around $6 per capita per year, with an annual CPI-linked increase. Other collection funding comes from a combination of local priority funding, some contributions from our friends of the library, and occasional rollovers of unspent funding from other budget lines from previous years. Our collection's around 90,000 items, which is 5+ items per capita. About 55,000 items of those are physical, and our most used collections are our adult fiction, our DVDs, and our picture books. Quick glimpse. So we have about 1,250 square metres, which does give us space to house our fairly large collection. We've just received library infrastructure grant funding, which will enable me to update all of our shelving and furnishings and to modernise the library's appearance. So we're going from that to that. I will not be shrinking collection size as part of that process. Core ingredients for our collection development. Our policy is a real key to that. So the policy was adopted by Council in 2023 alongside a report on censorship. This helped me to build councillor awareness and strengthen support for the policy. Policy commits to diverse and inclusive materials multiple times throughout that reflect our community and capture a range of voices and perspectives. It references the Library Council of New South Wales statement on access to information in New South Wales public libraries. I might need a few little wording updates now. We include a statement on parental guidance, and we outline a request for reconsideration process. I've not had any formal requests for reconsideration to date, but I believe that my process will be fit for purpose if needed. If anybody would like to see a copy of the policy, I'm more than happy to send that out. The other core ingredients are statistical data, in-house selection, and suggestion for purchase. So our stats help us decide what's happening with our collection with circulation, where we should be spending our money, what's happening, what changes we need to be looking at. All of our selection is done in-house by our collection services officer, with other staff contributing to specialised collections. We use standing orders for popular authors across all age demographics, and we review those every 12 to 24 months. We maintain an awareness of industry changes that may affect our selection choices. Patron suggestions for purchase are given a high priority, provided they fit within the broader collection development policy. If you are wondering, we have 7 full-time permanent staff and 1 full-time trainee. All staff have a dedicated specialist role, but everybody participates in circulation and program activities. We have the capacity to undertake our selection and our end processing ourselves, and so we do. So the techniques we use include industry awareness and collection analysis. So supplier and industry mailing lists, social media and cultural awareness help us stay informed. We pay attention to what's getting attention, who's in the news, the latest print-to-screen adaptations, and the cultural zeitgeist. We monitor the format shifts and how they are taken up in our community. DVDs are not dead in a community with lower incomes and poor connectivity in rural areas. They may be in decline, but they are a long way from dead. We analyse our collection formally through things like stock quality health checks, our weeding reports, our daily shelf tidies that all staff participate in, and our statistics. We make sure we're on both ends of the technology spectrum. We have to have strong print and strong digital coexisting. Not everybody can or will read on a screen. We weed regularly to keep collections current, appealing, and to fit within the available shelf space. And sometimes, something that's previously been weeded gets asked for again, and sometimes we will buy that again. The other techniques we use are awareness of our local trends and needs and seeking feedbacks. Our customer interaction is absolutely key. We make recommendations to our customers, they make recommendations to us, they give us feedback on things that we have recommended to them. Our circulation activity, particularly the shelving and returns that everybody participates in, shows us what's moving, what's going out, what's not. We see what's borrowed, we see what's not moving. We also make sure we're aware of our community and our cultural groups. So homeschool is really popular in our community. We're building strong connections there. We've got disability support groups who use the library. We need to know who those people are that are in our community so we can offer what they need. We talk to our customers. We incorporate collection questions into formal feedback, and we ask staff what's missing, and we talk to our customers. A third element is the requests and readers advisory. So we have a strong suggestion for purchase program. not only does that provide people with what they've asked for, but it helps us to inform other collection decisions and to think about what else we need to be looking at for our collection. It gives our patrons a voice in shaping the collection. Our Readers Advisory challenges and activities for staff help build their skills, and that gives them confidence to contribute to collection discussions. Display and promotion of new resources helps gauge patron response. Does something get borrowed, or does it languish on a display point for a week or 2 or 3? So the guiding principles that we're following: be aware of the trends, but don't follow them at the expense of your other collections. Put your patrons first by meeting strong demand, but stretch the boundaries of how you're doing that. And don't just buy what you think you should have in your collection. Actively seek out diverse and inclusive viewpoints. Don't be afraid to weed. If it's not performing, does it actually deserve the shelf space that it's got? And if your funds allow, try the new formats. Not everything's going to work, but it creates interest and it invites different users to borrow from your collection. Our homeschool communities love the Vox Wonder Books, launchpads, puzzles, games, activity kits, and they talk to each other about it. They send each other emails saying, "Did you know the library's got this?" Customer buzz is really important. Now, finally, every great recipe and every great collection needs a secret ingredient. This is Belinda, my collection services officer. She's my secret ingredient when it comes to building a great collection that responds to my patrons' needs. I asked her about a process, and she told me that connection with customers and industry awareness are the keys to what she does. So, your collection services staff are your special ingredients. Foster their passion, empower their decision-making, embrace their ideas, and support customer interaction, because every conversation helps shape your collection. Thank you for the chance to share what we do. As I said, I'm happy to send out that information. And we're doing questions at the end. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, Sonia. I forgot to mention we were doing questions at the end, so my apologies. Thank you so much, Sonia. And now we're going to hear from Bess Gilmore-Lynn from Campbelltown City Library. Please welcome Bess.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're meeting on Dharawal land. We're meeting on Gadigal land today, and I am talking about the Dharawal archaeology. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all other Torres Strait Islanders and Aboriginal peoples here today. This always was, always will be Aboriginal land, and sovereignty has never been ceded. Hi guys, my name's Bess, and I grew up on Dharawal country. My mob are the Waka Waka people, and my grandfather was born just outside of Cherbourg Mission in a place called Mergen in Queensland. For the uninitiated, Cherbourg is considered to be one of the worst missions for the atrocities committed against the Indigenous people there. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that it was considered a great blessing that he was white passing enough not to be incarcerated there. Connection to country for my family was lost, like so many other people like me. But I am proud to call myself an Aboriginal woman today. I have a daughter whose paternal grandparents are both immigrants from Austria and Malaysia. And I love the fact that in this adorable little 4-year-old package, we have the future of Australia, a second-generation mixed-race Australian who also carries with her the oldest continual culture on the face of the planet and 100,000 years of Australian heritage. As far as my professional qualifications, I've been working in the local studies team at Campbelltown for just over 1.5 years now, and I've been in libraries for a decade. I've been able to work with Aunty Glenda Chalker, a Dharawal elder and historian, on this presentation, which was a huge honour. And today, I'm going to be discussing something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is archaeology. Specifically, the archaeology of Aboriginal Campbelltown. As an avid time team watcher, I have always been fascinated by what can be discerned from the ground. And having grown up being told that my ancestors simply didn't leave enough of a trace, and that this meant that they had no civilization, I have made it my personal mission to uncover information that proves this wrong. The Macarthur region is practically teeming with archaeology, and I am going to be discussing the jewel in the crown today. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Bull Cave, this is an Aboriginal site in Kentland, to the east of Campbelltown, which I'll show you on a map in a moment, and it is along the Georges River. Along the Georges River, this is a little bit of geology for you, the sandstone walls have been eroded by time and the waters as they rushed past, forming rock overhangs which provide shelter. Those that face north catch the sunlight and hold warmth through the night. The walls of these sandstone rock shelters were often decorated with images and hand stencils outlined in red ochre, white clay or charcoals. On the wall of this particular shelter is a charcoal depiction of a hornless bull, enormous and imposing. In case you were wondering, yes, this is the best quality image we have, which I will get into in a few minutes. For those of you who are not familiar with Campbelltown as an institution, I'm just going to zoom in. And there is the general area of Bull Cave. Cannot locate it on a map specifically, again, which I will get into. In the early days of invasion, the colonists lost some animals. In some places it is recorded as 2 bulls and 4 cows. Other places report only 1 bull and 5 cows. In June 1788, First Fleet Officer Watkin Trench describes the loss, and I quote, "An accident happened which I record with much regret. The whole of our black cattle, consisting of 5 cows and a bull, either from not being properly secured or from the negligence of those appointed to take care of them, strayed from the woods, and in spite of all search we have been able to make, are not found yet." These bulls had been polled prior to their journey. That is to say that they'd had their horns removed to prevent injury on a cramped sailing ship. These animals were later found west of Campbelltown, which is now known as cow pasture. The bull depicted on the wall of Bull Cave is hornless. And since any bulls born in Australia would not be, this allows us to date this painting to within a few short years. The image on the cave wall appears to be the first depiction of contact between Australian Indigenous peoples and European livestock, which makes this not only incredibly interesting, but deeply important. In 1985, the cave was first vandalised, though luckily it was able to be restored. The paints that were used could be removed with solvent, and the charcoal drawings were still visible. At this time, Bull Cave was under the ordinances of the national parks and was being managed by them. And the decision was made, and I'm quoting Auntie Glenda here, in their wisdom, to build the current steel cage around the site. In doing so, they also removed soil and the containing artefacts from the site, and these are still held by the Australian Museum. There have been multiple attempts to have these returned to country, one of which was almost successful, but as of yet, they are still being held. I have attempted to contact the Australian Museum to find out whether any of these artefacts have been catalogued or studied, but I have been unable to make contact. Auntie Glenda was also unsure about what had been collected or what was being held. Then, in the 90s, the cave was vandalised again. This time the culprits brought power tools to break in through the cage, and the walls were irreversibly marked. Several of the local elders have pointed out that while the official narrative is that this was simply teenage vandals, the necessity of bringing power tools to break in makes it appear that the vandalism constitutes something akin to a hate crime. I have put some of the images in the slideshow, and I'm sure that I don't need to read out to you what is written on the walls of the cave. Don't think I'm allowed to swear. Auntie Glenda also pointed out that when I spoke to her, also pointed out that to get to Bull Cave is a trek. To have bought the equipment to break in implies a level of planning that goes beyond simple vandalism. The language used, too, implies a disdain for the significance of the site. It is for this reason that several other sites in the area have been deliberately obscured from the record in order to protect them. It seems a crying shame that some of the most significant and interesting places of our history must be deliberately hidden in order to keep them from being destroyed. Until we reckon with the hate that would seek to destroy evidence of Aboriginal occupation and adequately fund the protection of these historic sites, there seems to be no better solution than to keep them secret and therefore safe. Whether you knew of Bull Cave before today or were surprised to learn about this incredible piece of the puzzle that is invasion, I'm proud to have been asked to speak today. For too long, history in Australia has only been considered from a colonial perspective, and it's a step towards equality that the long Indigenous history of this continent is being celebrated. I thank the State Library and all people here today, and I welcome any questions to be directed to me at this juncture. I am not able to stay for the questions at the end, I'm afraid, but I would love to hear from you if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Beth, and that's a strong reminder of roles that libraries have in researching and making information available to our communities. I'd now like to invite Tara Ross to update us on what is happening at Ku-ring-gai Library with collections.
How do I use this? Is that just that one? Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. Take my name off. Okay, just get started. Okay, I'll just start with the welcome. On behalf of Ku-ring-gai Council, I would like to extend a welcome to country and recognise the traditional custodians of the land and pay tribute to elders past, present and emerging. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about reparative cataloguing. I'm the collections librarian at Ku-ring-gai Library. My primary role is to look after the collections team in the processing of all our library items. I also catalogue the local history collection, most of which is original cataloguing. When considering cataloguing, we believe it should not be a static resource. It must evolve to meet changing customer needs. This is a philosophy echoed by other libraries. The most recent I encountered was at the wider local studies meeting in a talk by Rachel Merrick from the State Library of Queensland. At Ku-ring-gai, we have taken steps to understand how our customers engage with our collections. This has taken various forms, including, but not limited to, collection questions embedded in customer engagement surveys, liaising with library industry colleagues, feedback from branch staff, and evaluating metrics on collection use. This data informs how we look at the catalogue, what we choose to include, and how we arrange that information for maximum accessibility for our customers. Each library catalogue is a living resource. As they grow and evolve over time, record accuracy can vary according to factors such as previous trends, changing team preferences, lack of metadata detail, and library management system limitations. This means that there are some key roles a cataloguer can play relating to making the catalogue as accessible as possible for the community, enhancing records and undertaking reparative work where needed. Many of us receive outsourced items, and mostly you get what you pay for, with every adjustment you make on your cataloguing profile increasing costs. We've decided to make some of these changes in-house to meet our preferred record standards. Discoverability has been a primary driver for the way we approach catalogue records. We use the data from our customer-driven approach to think like a customer when shaping our records. Our initial action was changing what loads in each record by changing the load controls. For example, for e-records, the load controls are set so that subject headings, the 600s, and added entries, 700s, do not load. These loaded with different indicators and did not match the headings that were already in our catalogue, and therefore created extra ones. We've endeavoured to improve the inclusiveness of catalogue records for the LGBTQ+ material by creating LGBTQ+ headings. This has been informed by industry advice and community expectation. Additional training in this has been helpful, which has increased my awareness of inclusiveness and the resources available to assist. We have changed collection names to better reflect the content, changing juvenile fiction to junior fiction and juvenile literature to junior non-fiction. We felt that they were more meaningful and easier terms for customers and staff. We also later changed young adult fiction to teen fiction. To make items easier to find, all superhero titles, mostly graphic novels, have the suffix of the superhero name on the spine label. E.g. Spider-Man is SPID, Batman's BATM, Star Wars are all under star. This way they are all shelved next to each other, as they are invariably written by different authors, so everyone can find them in one spot. We have added C or See Also references to the subject headings that use American terminology and spellings, e.g. forest fires, see bushfires. Colours with an OR, see also colours with OUR. Our junior non-fiction collection has been genreified into 5 categories: people and places, animals, STEM, things to do, and nature. We use coloured dots to identify each collection and then shelve them in their groups according to the category, one tag in the holding screen. And this is where we added the genre to the holding. This was to make it easier to find the subject areas while still using Dewey. This change made great improvements to the loan stats. We're now thinking of adding an extra category to split up people and places, which is rather large. Okay. We're in the process of genreifying our adult non-fiction collection across our branches to see if this makes the collection more browsable and discoverable. Through a lengthy process using collection metrics and library industry advice, we developed 13 genres. So art and craft, biography and memoir, business and economics, cooking, culture and society, environment and science, health and wellbeing, history, home and garden, language and literature, sport and entertainment, technology, and travel and geography. And this is just an example of part of that change. Genre mapping informed the decisions about what Dewey numbers were allocated to which genre. Not everything was a straight swap, and we've had to make some decisions about where items would be used by customers. For example, books on tie-dyeing and soap making initially went into technology, which is where 660s sit, and they've now been moved to art and craft, and I found a nice number for them in the 746s. Grooming, however, wasn't so easy. That ended up in home and garden, and a lot of branch staff have said it's not working there, so I've actually had to pull that whole number out and move it into health and wellbeing, as there wasn't a nice number I could swap it to. These are just some of the practical ways we've worked to enhance our catalogue to make it as accessible as possible for the community. Local history has been an area of focus for reparative cataloguing in recent times to make sure this important material is as discoverable as possible for customers. Given the evolution of our records over time, we find that common examples needing consideration are personal and family names which have no indicators whatsoever, house names which should be in direct order and they're not jurisdictions, street names are places, not topical terms, parks are also places, not topical terms. Where have I put slide 2? Updating the publication field in full, and swapping it from 260 to 264, updating series entries to the 830 field, house numbers, #X or a #Y, this one keeps me awake at night. Yeah, it would only bother somebody like me, I know. New South Wales, dots, no dots. Yeah, this is a big one. Yeah, and I don't know if anyone has the archive module in Spiders, but that has a completely different format to the regular cataloguing module. So in regular cataloguing, you have, with photographs, you have a #V for the genre. Or I'm not sure where format is in there, but it should be in there. In archives, you have an option of genre or format. So I'm in the process of swapping them over. Whichever way you choose, your headings all need to match in order to link. This has led to some key actions to improve records for local history. We've added a See Also street address to the house names. We have also added a See Also street name rather than a C reference for a previous street name. This way, both the old and the new name are linked, as is the street address with the house. We have updated many women's names, as most are entered as Mrs. Brown or Mrs. John Brown, rather than their own names. Many of our older records for local history have no details at all in the 008 field. We've been adding dates, places of publication, and maps, illustrations to most of the records. We've been updating and creating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander headings using the IATSIS guidelines for First Nations collection description. I've not created many headings yet, but it's been interesting trying to work out the correct place names, as Ku-ring-gai is in a disputed area. This is a way to make our catalogue more inclusive and identify the gaps in description and discoverability outlined in the guidelines. We're currently cataloguing photographs which were recently purchased for our local history collection. This has meant that we've needed to best understand how to use our system's archive module. The local history librarian and I discussed what we needed in these records. We went through one record together and created a template to follow. As photos have been added to the catalogue, the template has been updated as necessary. In the archive module, we've made all our subject headings locally assigned in the authority area, which gives us some leeway with the headings. In the control area, we've gone with published subject thesaurus as the heading source and finalised and full for status and level of detail. If these do not match, then the library management system will create a new subject heading. So that's the archive module for one of my favourite headings at the moment. And that's it in the cataloguing module. So in the cataloguing module, you can swap it around quite nicely. In the archives module, it's far more involved. Another example is we have a heading, which I should have added, Anglican Church of Australia, and it's put in as Gordon, History, New South Wales. Now, any other OCD cataloguer like myself will be going, I want it the other way around. But is it Anglican Church of Australia, New South Wales, Gordon History? Or do you put history first, New South Wales, and then Gordon? You have a few options. And remembering, once you've made a decision about which way you're going to format your heading, they should all follow the same format. Cataloguing enhancement is never truly finished. As language evolves, collections change, and customer expectations continue to develop, there will always be opportunities to improve discoverability. Some of the projects we're currently exploring include expanding IATSIS subject headings, creating specific headings for board books rather than grouping them with picture books, introducing headings for early non-fiction to improve discovery for emerging readers, expanding genre access through additional 655 fields, continuing to review our catalogue through the lens of inclusive and actively anti-racist description. Every enhancement, whether it's updating a subject heading, improving authority control, or reconsidering where customers expect to find a book, is another step towards making our collections easier to discover and more representative of the people who use them. Also, reparative cataloguing is not simply about correcting records. It's about ensuring our catalogue remains relevant, inclusive, and genuinely useful for the communities we serve. Our catalogues are living resources. As librarians, we have both the opportunity and the responsibility to ensure they continue evolving alongside our communities. Thank you. Was that one mine? Yep, that's your one.
Thank you very much, Tara. That was a wonderful reminder about the importance of cataloguing and how it isn't a fix it once, fix it forever, that it is continuing to look at how things are evolving. Now, we do have a little bit of time for questions now. So if you have a question for either Sonia or Tara, could you please put up your hand clearly and also say to whom is the question for? Okay, I'm going to read that as no questions at this stage. Now, we do have a brief 3-minute stand and stretch moment, but you can stand and stretch while looking at this slideshow.
For those of you that I haven't met before, my name's Ross Balharry. I'm the New South Wales Net Services Delivery Coordinator. The small team that I'm a part of, we look after subsidised connectivity, the statewide licensed databases, consortium opt-in offers, and the state and indyreads. Sorry, should know that. Okay, so while much of our discussion so far is focused on physical collections, libraries also invest substantial funds developing digital collections. These collections have become an important part of how libraries meet community needs. They expand access beyond library buildings and opening hours, allowing people to borrow, read, listen and learn wherever they are. Like physical collections, strong digital collections do not happen by accident. They require deliberate investment, ongoing management and an understanding of community needs. Libraries need to think about what formats will have the greatest impact, how they complement physical collections, and how they support equitable access to information, reading and learning opportunities. Importantly, digital collections are not separate from the collection. They are part of a broader collection strategy that aims to provide communities with access to the resources they need in the formats they want and in ways that are accessible and convenient. The State Library also supports you in this endeavour by providing the statewide licensed databases, along with the indyreads ebook and audiobook collection. These collections aim to complement the existing digital collections that you are offering to your communities. Our next two presenters will share how digital collections have been working at their libraries. Our first presenter is Jessica Bruce from Wollongong City Libraries. Jessica will discuss how Wollongong Library has improved the visibility of the IndyReads collection and the impact that this has had on usage, and also touch upon where IndyReads fits into their wider collection offering. Please welcome Jessica.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jessica Bruce, and today I'll be talking about our digital collections strategy. And I'm sharing a case study about IndyReads, what we've learned from our usage data, and how relatively simple improvements to discoverability and promotion have transformed customer engagement with this collection. So IndyReads is one of those platforms that quietly delivers notable value to our communities. While many of our customers are fairly familiar with BorrowBox, Overdrive and Hoopla, IndyReads offers something different. With access to independent publishing, emerging authors, Australian content, and unique material that often sits outside our mainstream publishing channels. What we've discovered over the past year is that when customers can find this content easily, they use it. So IndyReads is not trying to compete with our major digital platforms. Instead, it complements them. The collection expands the diversity of voices available to our customers and provides increased access to independently published works, local stories, First Nations authors, and culturally diverse content. This is particularly important for public libraries because our goal is not simply to provide access to bestsellers. Our role is also to support discovery, representation, and lifelong learning. IndyReads gives us an opportunity to offer content that customers may never encounter through commercial and retail channels. It broadens the reading landscape and helps ensure our collections reflect a wider range of experiences and perspectives. When we look at our overall digital circulation, IndyReads represents 4.2% of Wollongong's e-book and e-audiobook activity. On first look, that may appear modest. However, considering the funds we channel into the other digital platforms, this level of usage demonstrates that there is a genuine demand for independently published and alternative content. We can also see that our users engage much more heavily with ebooks through IndyReads than audiobooks, despite the opposite trend overall. Audiobooks continue to be an important growth area across all the platforms. The key takeaway is that customers are finding value in content beyond the mainstream collections. The most exciting story is the growth. During 2025-26, Wollongong's IndyReads usage increased by 64%. We recorded more than 10,500 loans, almost 5,800 holds, and over 33,000 previewed titles. These figures show much more than borrowing. They demonstrate customer discovery, exploration, and engagement through the platform. The number of holds also indicates that customers are actively seeking specific titles and are willing to wait for them, and reflects real demand rather than casual browsing. One of the most interesting findings from our analysis is that 60% of our top 50 borrowed titles were audiobooks, despite ebooks overall being higher. This aligns with broader library trends showing strong growth in audiobook usage. The most popular titles reveal a diverse readership. We see literary fiction such as Demon Copperhead, The Safe Keep, Orbital, and Intermezzo, and we see strong demand for well-being and parenting titles such as 10 Things I Wish You Knew About Your Child's Mental Health. We also see science fiction, contemporary fiction, and Australian authors performing strongly. Looking across the broader collection, literary fiction, fantasy, crime, mystery, romance, and historical fiction are dominant genres, as well as parenting, well-being, historical, non-fiction titles. This tells us that our customers are using IndyReads both for diverse fiction and non-fiction reading. Beyond the usage, there is considerable value embedded in the collection. Within the indyreads catalogue, Wollongong users engage with more than 5,700 unique titles. And based on average retail pricing, this equates to approximately $266,000 worth of content available to our community. Importantly, this value is delivered without barriers to us or our customers, things that we would face if we had to individually purchase these titles. Libraries are often challenged to demonstrate the return on investment, and this figure helps us illustrate the scale of benefit being delivered through the service. So what drove this growth? Our strategy can be summarised in 3 words: access, quality, promotion. Making content available is not enough. Customers need to be able to find it easily. They need a quality catalogue record that supports discovery, and they need to be reminded that the content exists. The overlap between these 3 areas is where increased borrowing happens. When access, catalogue quality, and promotion work together, usage grows. The results have been noticeable. In 2024-25, Wollongong ranked 13th in the New South Wales results for indyreads usage. And in 25-26, we moved to 3rd. Loans increased from just under 3,800 to more than 10,500. The most significant change behind this success was simple. We moved from platform-only access to API integration. That change fundamentally altered how customers encountered the collection. Catalogue integration has been the major factor in our growth. When indyreads records are harvested into our collections, customers no longer need to toggle between platforms. As customers would expect, digital titles become part of everyday searching. Records harvesting is automated and new content flows directly into the catalogue. This means that new titles appear in search results automatically and remain visible alongside physical collections and other digital formats. Instead of asking customers to discover a platform, we allow them to discover content. That is a critical difference. Though integration alone is not enough, quality metadata is equally important. Strategically, we have focused on ensuring records are consistent, accurate, and aligned with customer search behaviour. Correct titles, consistent author information, and matching records all improve discoverability. When metadata is properly aligned, customers can see all the available formats in one location and make an informed choice about how they want to read. The work may not be possible for all the records, but customers feel the benefits every time they find exactly what they're looking for. Our second major focus has been promotion. We actively promote indyreads through our website, the library catalogue, the library app, reading lists, social media, digital screens, library events and training sessions, and newsletters and marketing campaigns. I have listed some examples going through the slides here. We use platform highlights in a number of different ways across all of these different channels. Reading lists have been particularly successful because they combine titles from multiple formats and help customers focus on themes, genres, and interests rather than formats. The goal is to meet customers wherever they engage with the library. And as you can see, that is in lots of different places, in our spaces and through our channels as well. Rather than relying on a single marketing channel, we create repeated opportunities for discovery. This keeps the customer experience simple and intuitive. I'd like to finish with 3 key takeaway messages. First, customers value diverse content. Our borrowing data demonstrates the demand for literary fiction, Australian authors, independent publishing, wellbeing topics, and genre fiction that extends beyond the mainstream market. Second, discoverability drives usage. The significant growth we experienced following catalogue integration demonstrates that when content is visible, customers use it. And third, promotion matters. Libraries can influence digital engagement through practical, low-cost initiatives that continually raise awareness and support discovery. The success we have seen with indyreads reinforces something that librarians have always known. Access to content is important, but access alone is not enough. When content is easy to find, well described and actively promoted, readers will engage with it. And as our growth demonstrates, they will often discover something they weren't even looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, there will be an opportunity for questions after Nathan's spoken. So our next presenter is Nathan Turner. Nathan manages the digital collections at Parramatta Library. And Nathan today will provide an overview of Parramatta's digital collection management strategy. So please welcome Nathan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. So one of the things that has always been a collection development philosophy for me is that we don't have 7 library branches and a website. We've got 8 library branches. One of them is open 24/7, 365 days a year, whether it's after hours, libraries are closed for repairs or renovations, it's a public holiday, or it's any other reason that somebody might not be able to come into the library. So when we add resources to our collection and when we select resources, the aim is that when somebody walks into a physical branch or the digital branch, they would find commensurate resources. So it may well be that they'll find story time, they'll find early learning, they'll find adult fiction, so they'll find continuing education. All of that is available in the physical branch and the digital branch. It's all about being where the customers are. So digital collections, we both love and hate them for many reasons. So they can be an enormous asset. They can also be an enormously expensive asset. So they can be time limited. So you have to rebuy the resources every couple of years. They can be invisible to customers. Even when a collection is popular, if you don't continually promote it, then usage is going to decline. So it's not a matter of build it and they will come, it's a matter of out of sight, out of mind. You have to keep putting it in front of the customers. And then they also have advantages, things like they don't take up shelf real estate, an increasingly precious position for libraries where we're becoming more and more community hubs. And we can also continue to provide access to out-of-print or niche titles, and they even meet the accessibility needs of customers who can't come to the libraries, have vision difficulties, have audio difficulties, all of this sort of thing. Now, because of the advantages and the disadvantages, the digital collections basically have to prove that they are earning their shelf space and they are worth the money that we're spending on them. For us, we find that when we're putting things out in front of the community, Google Analytics is one of the many tools that we use for measuring everything, and that it is a vital tool. Every time you make a link to yourself, you can make it trackable. So one of the things that we experimented with in a small summer readathon at the end of last year, every link that we promoted actually had specific trackable links built into it, and we discovered something interesting, that for that specific promotion, that the OPAC carousel on the front page, that was the vast majority of the users, whereas things where we would have expected more usage, almost nobody clicked on them. We have other promotions which showed almost exactly the opposite. So it's something that you really have to compare and contrast and watch what it is you're doing, what works and what doesn't work for particular resources. Now, one of the things that you also have to watch is how your customers are using your resources. We've found that sometimes it's not how you expect it to be. So if you're familiar with LinkedIn Learning, you know it's a great resource. It's also an extremely expensive resource. For our usage, we measure cost per use, which I'll be talking about in a minute. We were on the verge of cancelling it because the cost of the completed courses was much higher than the limit that we've set. But when we took a closer look at the analytics, we discovered that because LinkedIn Learning isn't like YouTube, where you press play at the start of a course and you press stop at the end. Instead, it's a series of bite-sized videos where they're all searchable, they're all indexed, and they might only be 3 or 4 minutes long. What we were discovering is that customers were actually using it as a ready reference resource. They would go in, look at a single specific video to answer a question, and then go away again. And they weren't just dipping in and going away. They would watch the whole video. And when we actually talked to the community about this, then we did discover that, yes, they would actually have a single question, they'd find that particular answer, and then they'd go. So when we actually looked at the cost per use of the completed videos, now note that this is completed videos, it's not watched videos. This is ones where they actually watch from beginning to end. It's a very different cost per use metric. Now, one of the things that we use to compare apples and oranges is cost per use. When you're comparing a $500 resource and a $25,000 resource, then it can be very difficult to say, is this actually getting the use to justify the continued usage? And when you are comparing a children's storytime video versus adult continuing education or an ebook, then the way that you can do it, I'm sure many of you are familiar with cost per use, where you take the cost of the resource and then you divide it by the usage. So we have a target or an upper limit of $4 for our resources by the end of the year. This is a cross-section of some of them, and you can see that most of them are a fraction of that, that some of them, despite the fact that that resource is about $20,000, we're getting down to 38 cents per use. So you can see that kind of popularity with the customers. Now, once you know what to measure, you have to measure it relentlessly. So what we do is we have the ongoing measurements that we do. We also measure the impact of everything that we do. So you can see down at the bottom, here's a few of the things that we measure. So every time something is promoted in the newsletter, that gets colour. Every time we train the staff about it, shortly before we promote it, that gets a colour. And so some of the things that we do is that we also look at not just whether there was a spike when it was promoted, there's going to be, but did it actually retain the customers? Was there an ongoing effect? So you can see here that for the first resource that we measured, we promoted it in social media. The following month, it kept those customers, and that continued. So you will see a spike for a few months before a gradual decline, and then you promote it again. For the second resource, was promoted in social media, but it had no real effect. That particular promotion didn't work. But then we did an in-depth staff training, and we had the staff start talking to the community about this resource, and you can see the impact that that had. Usage tripled in a single month. Then we have a fortnightly e-newsletter that has a very high subscription rate and a very high open rate. It's extremely popular with the community. So when there wasn't a great deal of difference, but as soon as we promoted it in the newsletter, it worked. Now, this final resource, it was one that we'd been promoting for a while. Every time we promoted it, there was a little bit of interest, and then it would drop down again. It just did not retain users. They took a look at it once and then went away again. That resource got the axe. So one thing to keep in mind when I am looking at killing a resource is I usually give and yes, I am brutal in killing resources, and I tell the vendors that I'm going to be killing their resource. So if something is underperforming, then I will tell them, if there is enough usage, I will tell them that they get one last year. So that I am going to be expecting support from them with promotions, increasing accessibility, getting marketing materials, and then we promote the heck out of it for 1 year, see if that turns it around. If it doesn't, then it gets shown the door and I find a comparable resource that covers the same subject area. When you're paying $20,000, $30,000 for a resource, there can be no sentimentality. It's got to match the community needs and it's got to earn its keep. Now, one of the key things that we have found when we are doing anything with our e-resources, our most important promotional tool is our staff. Whenever you promote something to the community are going to come to the staff and go say, how do I use this? What is this? How does it work? I don't understand this. How do I get in? If your staff are not familiar with the resource, and if they're not confident with the resource, they're going to go, let me go find the specialist to solve that problem for you, and the customer's going to walk away. We've found that we start promoting resources with staff at least 2 weeks, sometimes a month, before it's promoted to the community. Since we started doing that, our resources and usage has been skyrocketing. Last year, we had a little bit over 500,000 e-resources circulations, comprising 40% of the library turnover. And it has been going up every year for the last 5 or 6 years. So we had a little bit of a dip around the pandemic. So there was the spike during the pandemic. There was that 1 year dip post-pandemic that every library in New South Wales saw. Since then, after we started changing how we promoted things, it's been going up by a large amount every single year. So as you can see, staff promote, they explain, they reassure, they introduce. So sometimes word of mouth, when a customer says, I want to find X, and the staff will say, yes, we've got that in an online resource for you. So they are really your best resource, and ensuring that they are familiar with the resources is the key. So we have ongoing training happening with staff. We have staff able to get time to practice with our resources. We have staff quizzes. So they get a training resource. So when we tell them we're going to be promoting something, they get a training resource and they then do a quiz to confirm that they can actually access those resources and answer questions. So to sum up, measure everything. Make sure you see what has got the greatest impact. When you are measuring, it's not just adding users, it's actually retaining those users. Do they keep coming back for the resource? And always remember to involve your staff from beginning to end in your e-resources promotions. If you've got any questions, do feel free to contact me with my email. Thank you.
Okay, we do actually have some time for some questions. So, would anyone like to ask a question to Jessica or Nathan? All right, I'm a bit blind. I think there's someone waving a hand. Up the back.
Nathan, can you reveal the resource that got the chop?
Yeah, that was Beamerfell. I was very reluctant because it had Australian content, it had a local vendor, they were making some improvements, but they were making them too late. So we decided that instead we were going to go to Canopy. Within the first month of usage from Canopy, it had overtaken usage from Beamerfell, and it has been going up by between 30 and 50% each month since.
Can you afford it?
We put in a large amount of money to start off with. We haven't yet hit the end of our first year, so we are still using the first year's credit that we put in. Once we hit that credit, then we are going to be managing it very carefully with usage of packs and the pre-purchased content. So far, it looks like the tools for managing cost are going to be the key for our ongoing usage of it, but it is definitely getting a lot of community attention.
Okay, any further questions? Yeah. One over here.
Can you tell me what your staff training and quizzes look like?
I may as well come back to the podium. So we use a training video platform, niche videos. So we actually have a staff training and promotions officer. So she will go around and deliver the training to the staff, as well as working with our marketing and promotions team. So what Kimberly does is create a quick walkthrough video for the resource, and then part of the niche platform is it actually has basically multiple choice quizzes. So Kimberly will create a quiz that says, where can you find such and such? What is the answer? And so then we are able to see who has completed the training and what score they obtained in it. So it's very good for making sure that staff are across the training, and anybody that isn't, then we get to contact their team leader and say, make sure they get time, because it's not their fault. You didn't give them time, sure. So we found that to be very successful. Yep.
Apart from the niche videos, what other form of staff training do you use?
So our primary form of staff training is actually face-to-face. So Kimberly hits every branch twice a month. And so she delivers several training sessions. So it's not something that all staff get pulled aside for. She might pull aside 3 or 4 staff members at a time, deliver this face-to-face hands-on training with them, and then once they go back to the desk, she'll get another batch. Each branch also has a training iPad, which is reserved for staff use, to allow staff to get hands-on time with every resource, with every app, to all that sort of thing. And so that training iPad is also used for when staff are actually doing demonstrations to the public. So we don't touch the customer's device, we show it to them on our device.
So a follow-up question then, is your training officer works across the library service, or is dedicated training?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if there's any other libraries that actually have a dedicated training officer. Kimberly also works as part of the digital services team. So she works on providing frontline tech support to staff and some customers. She works with the marketing team, but her primary job is basically most of the time, at least half of each week, she's on the road going out to a branch, delivering the training and then coming back. Any other questions? Yep.
I had a question for Jessica, actually. I wanted to know how her title and author matching for the catalogues was affected by the auto-harvesting, and whether they have to revisit their records constantly to keep them accurate.
Yes. I think the word strategic is the key word. Obviously, I was trying to be diplomatic in the presentation, and I'm not a cataloguer myself, so I think it was probably more of a diplomatic choice for me to come up here and do the presentation rather than the cataloguing team. However, there are some, I suppose, strategic choices that we would make to try and make certain things more discoverable and other things maybe less so, and over time. And obviously making strategic choices across all of the catalogue, not just indyreads, but I'm hearing that there is improvements coming.
We're always advocating for the vendor of indyreads to improve the metadata for the records. Some publishers, the metadata is quite good. For other publishers, it's not adequate. So that's an ongoing discussion that we have with the vendor.
And I spend a lot of time fixing records as well, but the auto-harvest gets it before I do, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, Abby did spend a lot of time improving the records, and then they did a systems update that wiped all those changes. So we've been a little bit reluctant to jump back in until we get some assurance from the vendor that that won't occur again. But we hear you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, please join me in thanking Nathan and Jessica for 2 thought-provoking presentations. I'll now pass you over to Cameron. Wally.
Thanks, Ross. And thanks everyone. That was really fascinating. I haven't had that sort of real in-depth stuff about running libraries at one of these for quite some time. So that was I was riveted with that stuff. But bringing it to the future, I mean, that was part of the title of our event today. And I guess the thing that we can sort of think about, the future projects that we've been working on, has actually been going on for quite a long time. So I'm going to be talking about the Bookends Scenarios, and which I guess it's one of those things where every so often you come across a project, possibly in your career, where it's completely left field and you don't know where it's going to end up. And this is something we started in 2007, and I think it's pretty clear that we didn't know that necessarily we'd still be working on it in 2026, but I'm really glad that we are. The Bookends Scenarios is the title that became associated with the scenario planning work that we did in 2007, 2008, where we wanted to look ahead at, could we predict the future to 2030, and if so, what would libraries be like, or what might they have to be dealing with in that period? So this was I guess a bit of a trap, because anytime anyone tries to predict the future, they come up with something like this. And, Sydney in 1978, I remember fairly well. I was, I guess, 9 or 10 years old. But we certainly didn't have flying, parking our planes in buildings and that sort of stuff, which in 1927, one person predicting the future thought that would be the case. But what's interesting about this picture is that you see David Jones with the building coming up in the middle of it. They obviously did that to Grace Brothers, one street back from that. So possibly people can predict the future, but they're focused on the wrong thing. Something is going to come true, but not necessarily what they thought. So we engaged futurists, I guess we'd call them, Oliver Freeman and Richard Watson, to work with us on this. And their whole sort of role and their profession is coming up with, I guess, plausible futures for certain industries. And they'd never worked with libraries or anything that was really even in that sort of realm. But I think the rigour that they brought to it was really fantastic. It was about coming up with a question that we might use as the starting point. And they're the two questions that we really, I guess, began with. The professional skills and attitudes that everyone in public libraries in New South Wales would be demonstrating in 2030 to be successful in alternative futures that we could, I guess, devise. And coming up with a plausible future, and we actually, they had a quadrant approach. So if you can imagine that there might be 4 extremes that you might be thinking of in terms of possible futures. And they worked with something like 120 public library staff, some of whom are still with us and still here in this room today. And that was, I guess, a fascinating process where over a number of workshops, and we didn't start with 2030 and work backwards. We started with 200 years ago and worked forwards. So it was almost like, if you can construct a timeline, you can see along that timeline so many surprising things happened along the way that people might not have expected. And then we only had, something like 25 years to add on to the top of it. So we were already in this zone of coming up with, trying to be in that mindset that unexpected things will happen and curveballs will happen along the way. And this quote, which is from William Gibson, which I guess inspired a lot of us at that time, was that the future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed. And the other thing that we looked at was that the past is here too. And it has a habit of repeating itself. So these certain things that kept passing through our thoughts in those workshops. So what we came up with were these 4 plausible scenarios. They're a bit wacky and they are outlandish, and we aren't in 2030 yet. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But we made it really sort of trying to analyse what was happening in society and the wider world, trends, etc., and how would public libraries continue to be successful if certain scenarios started to emerge. And that was, I guess, the key, is that you can't necessarily predict all the curveballs, but if certain things occurred, how should libraries respond as an industry? And also, how can you continue to be serving stuff that's kind of future focused, but you also got to service the past and the present at the same time. So I think there were these. It was a different way of acknowledging probably the tensions that we look at all the time in terms of our strategic planning, etc. And I guess that last point, it was the objective of scenario planning was around being able to be proactive. If it looked as though, hang on, scenario A starting to emerge, what did we say we'd do if that was happening? This was published, and that's the cover, building on the Bookends Scenarios. Actually, it was the first one's the Bookends Scenarios. That's the second one, and there's those 2 publications are still on our website, still available, and we've added a bunch of stuff to it since, which I'll go through before I get to the current stuff we're doing at the moment. So that last point, I think, is really the key. It was that hive mind of 120 plus public library staff who were really creative, and I think the job that I think largely Richard Watson did, bringing that together into something that was usable and coherent, was quite remarkable. And I guess what we're finding at the moment is, with the stuff that we've collected in the last year from participants re-looking at this, is that I'm struggling, and as is Richard and Oliver, with how we publish this, because this is a booklet, and I think what we've got now probably looks more like a website than a booklet. So I think we will come up with a way of publishing it. These are the sorts of things that in 2008, when it was published, that came. I guess they were the sorts of things that are trends that shone through in that publication. And you can sort of see that obviously in 2008 we were probably dealing with some of the same pressures as now, but also that the sorts of things that might come in the future, we had a pretty good go at a gut feel about what they might be. And the one there that's in the very middle, the global pandemic, is kind of amazing, because that isn't in the main publication, but we came up with this thing that Ellen did a lot of work on, which was called wildcards, which you might recall. These were things that might emerge, that if this happened completely out of the blue, what would you do? And one of them was a pandemic where people would be frightened of touching books and frightened of going into crowded public spaces, and that was completely what happened. You know, you might have. I was only remembering this last night, but I'd almost forgotten that we did have that whole period of time where books had to be quarantined. They came back to libraries. We had to wash them. We had to put them in a room for 3 days before they could be used, and it was kind of mad. I'm not even sure it was necessary, but that was the sort of thing that was happening, and there was a sort of wild card in the Bookends Scenarios about it. But there's a few things in there that, when we looked at things again in 2014, weren't necessarily a thing yet. Like that less trust in information, the changes in the geopolitical order, and there were things like that I think have probably accelerated in the last 5 years, much more so than previously. And I guess that point in italics on the side was really what we kept in mind the whole time, is that no matter what scenario emerges, how can libraries remain essential? And so there was sort of, which way do you jump as a library service? Now, the 4 scenarios that were developed at that time were all named after books, and they think of them as a quadrant of 4 fairly extreme scenarios. So this is the first one, summarised in, so Silent Spring, the sorts of things that were happening, and the sort of consequent scenario that libraries might be, I guess, providing services in that sort of situation. So you're thinking about, this is more about people switching off, shifting to local living, and the safe community space and collections in libraries still being important. The second one, How Buildings Learn, had a similar, there's some aspects of this that I think describe us now in 2026. And this appeared to be the one that was emerging the most when people looked at it. This one, Neuromancer, had a whole lot of, where there was going to be shortages and a lot of volatility in society, and how libraries would be, possibly struggling to keep up in that situation. And then this one, Fahrenheit 451, which was, a lot of stuff is digitised, and there's also a lot going on in the rest of the world, and how everyone's trying to connect quickly, shorter attention spans, that sort of thing. And that was, I guess, an interesting one at that time. So we got everyone back together, plus more people, in 2014, and we looked at where things might have got to in that period between 2008 and 2014. And we'd come up with these things that were called early warning indicators. So if certain things were starting to emerge, that might mean scenario 1 or 2 might be happening. And what would we do? How would we respond in that situation? So this is how it was portrayed when we published it in 2014. Going through all of those scenarios, this is what the librarians in the room thought that we were, where we were heading. And it looked as though parts of every scenario had started to emerge in some sense, but that second one seemed to be the one that was the most. But it was probably more like early warning signals from each of the 4 were existing, and so there wasn't sort of one response that was sort of jumping out as what we should do. But something that really came through was things that we thought might have happened by 2025 on those timelines that we had constructed had already happened. So I think it was about things that we thought might happen were already upon us, and a bunch of those dot points are really interesting, because in 2008 there was a bit of turmoil between the 2 public library associations we had in New South Wales, and there was this prediction then, maybe there'll be a single association and that'll be a better thing, and of course that occurred. The bottom one there, merger of local councils. I guess the writing was on the wall, right? Because Fit for the Future existed, but two years later, a lot of amalgamations occurred, obviously, 2016. But a bunch of things there that are really interesting. We had thought that Wi-Fi use would double by a certain date, but it happened really quickly, and it's probably doubled again since. And that swing back to local and physical is a real... swing back's probably the wrong word. It was like as digital proliferates and grew, there wasn't a commensurate drop in physical and local. And tangible. I think everything just was going ahead. So libraries needed to, and still do, operate in both channels. So it's not an either or. So that group of people then got together. again, and it was really hard to make sense of everything that was going on. So those same I guess assistants, Richard and Oliver convened for this as well, and helped the group come up with these 7 strategic domains, so we could group the influences into I guess helpful groups like that, where it became a bit easier to make sense of them. And the representatives came up with 75 strategic, I guess, the options that here were 75 things we should look at as we head towards 2030. And those 75 things were published in the second publication, building on the Bookends Scenarios. Which brings us to last year, and a few people in the room, I can see Heather, suggested, let's relook at those 75 strategic options and where are we in that timeline on the way up to 2030. So we, I guess, re-embarked on the Bookends for, I guess, version 3, and it was interesting. I had not really had any contact with Oliver and Richard over that period. Contacted them. Oliver is well into his 80s, but he was still he was still keen to work on it. So he's kind of come out of retirement to work on this, whereas Richard Watson is spending most of his time living either on a Greek island or in England. So a lot of the work that he's done has been virtual. But they were both really, really keen to, I guess, help us through this next stage. And so we re-looked at the early warning indicators, and these are the ones that really, I think, started to shine through. And the way we did this was to, I guess, call for volunteers across the public library network, and we convened on some online Teams meetings that were facilitated by Richard and Oliver, helping us go through, explaining what I just explained as the intro to this whole talk, and then getting people to rethink about what's happening in their own libraries and their own local environments, but also what's happening in the world that affects the information needs of people, or even just people's fears and the sorts of things that might be dichotomies. There might be fear of immigration and wonderful multicultural communities happening in your community at the same time, and how do you deal with that as a library? It's trying to come up with those things that might be opposites, but we need to find the path through them. And this last point, technology that we didn't ask for and that many in the community don't understand, and that's something that seems to be a really big concern. And recently, when the Minister was doing the speech in Parliament about the change to the Act, he wanted quotes from Fahrenheit 451 for his speech. Claudine Wheeling from Office of State Librarian and I were in Parliament, and we were looking up all these quotes for the Minister's speech. And this one that really came through, that we immediately both just woke up and said, well, the start of the novel, the abolition of reading, began with books being simplified into summaries that you could read in 5 minutes. If you look at up the top there, for today's thing, it's just a one-pager. On PDF, it actually still says, get an instant AI-powered summary when you open a document. I'm thinking, it doesn't need to be summarised. Who would want to summarise this? This other one, this appears to be a long document. Save time by reading a summary. And half the time, these are on, not long documents. And that's coming at us in every app, and not even in an app. It's on my desktop, and I didn't ask for this. I don't want a summary, but I'm pushed towards things that are making me do this, right? So that's really interesting, and the fact that it's that sort of main sort of starting point of Fahrenheit 451 novel was so we probably overcomplicated the Minister's speech with that, but he chose another quote, which was interesting. But still, we had fun. So the groups that we assembled for this part 3 last year, initially it was called Group A, but then of course we followed the lead of our predecessors and came up with book names for each of the groups. So this group, Brave New World, and I've just got these really sort of grabs out of all of the work that they did just to show you the flavour of it, because this will get written up properly and probably published as a website, as I say. These were the... they even wanted to go back to the fundamental question we were looking at, because we had said, blah, 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 for a library to be successful in 2030. But this group questioned even that. What is a successful library? I think we hadn't defined that in the first iteration. So there's a bit more sort of, I guess, critical thinking to go into the next stuff that we're working on. And various sort of brainstorming dot points that were that came out of those 75 actions. But we also asked the groups to look at what was missing. So what's in red there, out of those 75 actions in 2014, we weren't even thinking about misinformation. We weren't thinking about censorship, which we probably should have been, and things like Gen Z voters, like a whole new group of coming through who have got completely different, potentially, reading habits and formats they want to use and different ways of engaging. So it's being mindful of that sort of thing. And we also asked the groups to look at the list and think, was there anything in there that's no longer relevant that we wouldn't want to concentrate on? So there's this one here, this idea of coming up with one library card for all of New South Wales. So not individual library memberships. If you're a member of one library, you're a member of all of them. There were all these impracticalities and how would you make that happen and all of that sort of thing. So we all kind of agreed that's no longer relevant. Membership can be done differently, etc., which we even heard a bit about today. But interestingly, at one of the other workshops, we had a brand expert come, and the brand expert said we should have one card because there's too much friction between, all these sorts of things. So there's still a bit of a jury out on some of that stuff. But I feel like what we heard today about taking some friction out of becoming a library member can probably be done locally just as easily. And if it's done statewide, I just can't imagine how it would be done with every council and all that sort of stuff. So anyway, removing the friction is probably the thing rather than having one card. One of the other groups came up with this way of libraries positioning, with not just within councils but within community services, all of those sorts of things, and within and then grouping a whole lot of things under those headings there that are in the sort of dark box. And you can see there multiculturalism versus nationalism, anti-globalism. There's a whole lot of things that are emerging at the same time, and how we need to be, I guess, mindful of the context that libraries are operating in. And the stuff that's in the box, we asked the teams for things, what reality check would you give us and they focused on 3 of the things that were in the 75 options, and 3 of them there are listed, and they're all about libraries becoming something else. It's about libraries as an incubator for the arts, or addressing social needs, and we do hear that all the time in terms of should we have social workers, all of that sort of thing. So it's around the ideas for libraries to become something else is a constant pressure, and this idea, if we do libraries well as cultural and creative spaces, those things might be covered. So it's almost like staying true to the mission is probably a way to not get watered down to try to be all things to all people. So these are the kind of messages that were coming out of that group. Then this one was really interesting, just from the point of view that the AI came through in almost every group as obviously it's something that it's in everyone's world. How do we deal with that as a how do we embrace it? How do we use it wisely? And I guess help the community understand it and also be able to use it wisely rather than being used by it. So that was a big theme that came through everywhere. And one of the things that's in the box there that that group thought was no longer relevant was that in 2008, there seemed to be a lot of push for different funding sources. So it was like, oh, we should be going out and getting more sponsorship. We should be getting private enterprise to invest in libraries, and then we do. And I know funding was actually not going very well in 2008, and I guess it probably never is. But the group, either the thinking had matured a bit, or maybe it was more about maybe being a bit more aware of, if you accept a sponsorship, who are you taking the sponsorship from? What do they expect out of it? And is this someone you would actually want to be associated with? So it was almost like maintaining your integrity rather than possibly accepting money that might be short term and probably won't solve everything. So that was kind of an interesting approach there. And then this whole problem of stuff that's digitised just for the sake of it and has to be stored, and how do we deal with that as a profession, as a sector, but how do we help our communities deal with it, who have all got their devices, all got their computers, all of that sort of stuff, and the amount of digital storage that 15,000 photos of the same thing that someone took by mistake, for example. So do we have a role as a sort of a niche player in that sort of game? Now, we took all of that from all of those workshops, and then we came to this point where we assembled 40 public library people on site. We invited everyone, but that's who could come on the day. And we had these brand experts, or various experts in fields talking to us, like including Brooke Webb from Sydney Writers Festival, who's on Library Council, etc., talking about audience development. And that day we took down a lot of, notes, people's opinions, that sort of thing. And Richard Watson and Oliver Freeman took that away and have come up with 4 scenarios that are not quite there yet, but they're, because we're almost at 2030, they figured, why don't we do 4 more that take us till 2045? And we push it out a bit again in that sense. And at the moment, if you recognise those 4 things there, they're all talking head songs that Richard came up with as, I don't know how he got onto that tangent, but where we had 4 books before, there's 4 songs. This might change, but I do like the Psycho Killer as the, and Road to Nowhere are pretty good titles for scenarios. It's interesting. One of the things that really comes through is that 2045, I've read about it being called, it could be a post-literate time. And post-literate means everyone can read, but they probably don't. Or they don't read long form. People are reading short form, they're reading different formats, and I guess like anything, of course there'll still be people reading long form, but there might not be as many. So it's about how do those newer generations read, and how do libraries, work with that. And I think in all of these scenarios, libraries as the space, at the moment it's 50-50 space and collections. We need to do both really well. I think we'll always need to do collections well, but space might become more of a thing because populations are going to be bigger as well. So this one is in a situation where you've probably read it by now because everybody here would like to read long form, I'm sure. And the Richard's writing style, and like it's all kind of tongue-in-cheek and funny, but I guess our job at State Library is, once we get all of this in, is to come up with those other aspects to it, which are what might be the early warning signs of this sort of scenario emerging, and what would libraries do about it. So this doesn't take us to that point. It's just sort of describing possible scenarios. the road to nowhere. Books still exist, revenue streams can be strong, there's new copyright, there's good IP protections, but it's really around libraries finding their way more through local history, human connection, that sort of thing. So it's kind of interesting that, if everyone's caught up in their own social media rather than doing a lot of long-form reading. I think this one's got some interesting aspects, but I think all four of them aren't quite developed to the extreme yet. This one sounds like what we would probably want to be working towards for 2045. There's been a bit of a kickback against the proliferation of AI, too much digitisation, and people they're actively choosing to want to read again. And libraries have this sort of reputation as being the non-commercial space that's available. And that would be a good scenario, I think, for libraries to be in. And then this one's got some good points, but also some aspects to it, which is some of the library funding might be associated with having to take on certain new AI innovations, etc., because governments are really sort of wrapped up in AI, that sort of thing. So the polarisation is worse, and this thing that Rich has come up with, which I think is kind of hilarious but a bit scary, Censors Without Borders, because it's interesting to see that right-wing activism is a thing, and maybe it always was, but it seems to be more of a thing now. So if you could imagine, instead of the sorts of organisations without borders are usually the ones going and helping people, but there could actually be Censors Without Borders who are trying to censor stuff in their own country and other countries. And I guess he's not too far off that sort of thing could actually happen, because I think some of the pressure libraries have experienced here has been certainly based on the American playbook of withdrawing items from collections. So that's the four scenarios where they're, but I would say they're still in development and they're not quite ready to be published. But that's a direction that it's been taken in, and I would say that the next step, they'll put those scenarios into the situation where we can share them, and I think we'll do another call out. Who wants to help work with us on, how would libraries respond if those sorts of scenarios were emerging, and what would be the things we should be looking out for in the next few years that might point to one of those things coming about. And I'm really conscious that we skipped ahead before we got to 2030, but maybe that's a good thing, and that people have been very patient, because that workshop was the 28th of August, and it's almost a year on, but I guess we're closer to being able to come up with the results, and also there would be more work to do before we would publish this online as some sort of scenario planning intellectual exercise that libraries can grapple with. So I think I'll stop there. We've got to the end of a really great day, and I'm going to hand on to Andrea for wrapping up. So thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our inaugural Public Library Seminar, and we'd just really like to thank everyone who has come on site and online to listen to us today, but also to all of our colleagues from public libraries across New South Wales who've given up their time to come and speak to you as well. I'd also like to do a big shout out to the members of the Public Library Services team. So you've heard some of us up here in front of the microphone, but every one of our team members has contributed in some way, whether it's organising us, keeping us on track, and contributing to the ideas that we've
been able to share with you today. And we'd also like to thank Caroline, the State Librarian, for her support for our seminar. And really today is all about this. It's about the communities that we serve and the staff that are out there in libraries across New South Wales serving our communities. Safe travels, and thank you very much for today.